Checking test. Hello. Checking 1, 2. Testing records. Checking record. 1, 2. Test records. Speaking fairly lightly into the push to talk. Records. 1, 2. Check test. Check, check.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us for today's meeting of the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee, which is being live streamed. So hello to our audience across the country. I'm Jim Roosevelt, and I serve as co-chair of this committee alongside my good friend and colleague, Mignon Moore. Before we begin, please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes, thank you, Jim. The next item on our agenda is to call the roll. Because this meeting is being live streamed, please be sure to use your microphone and state your name before speaking for those listening remotely and for our court reporter. We're glad to be joined again by Helen McFadden, our parliamentarian. Helen, will you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning. Mr. Applebaum.
Here.
Ms. Blanco. Ms. Brazil has given her proxy to Ms. Daughtry. Mr. Brennan.
Sir, present.
Mr. Burgos.
Presente.
Ms. Cardona.
Presente.
Mr. Curry.
Present.
Ms. Daughtry.
Present.
Ms. Dowdell.
Present.
Mr. Elite.
Here.
Ms. Fowler.
Here.
Mr. Aridia.
Aquí.
Ms. Kmark.
Here.
Mr. Leon. Ms. Lewis has given her proxy to Ms. Schwecker. Mr. McGarrick, Ms. McGarrick.
Here.
Mr. Martin. Ms. Martinez. Mr. McDonald.
Here. Sir, here.
Mr. McClinchy has given his proxy to Ms. McGarrick. Mr. Mitchell has given his proxy to Mr. Elite. Ms. Mount. Mr. Ray has given his proxy to Ms. Mount. He expects to be here this afternoon. The airline snafus have him somewhere else right now. We hope safely in the air. Mr. Saunders has given his proxy to Ms. Weingarten. Mr. Spate has given his proxy to Mr. McDonald. Ms. Schwecker. Here. Mr. Thompson. Here. Ms. Weingarten. She's out in the hall. I have seen her. Ms. Williams. Mr. Chairman, there is attendance in excess of our quorum of 13.
Thank you. We have a quorum per our charter and bylaws. A quorum is 40% or 13 members present in person or by proxy. But before we begin, I want to recognize the team who works behind the scenes to make sure our meetings run smoothly. We are joined by Party Affairs staff, Director Veronica Martinez. I don't think this meeting will be happening without Veronica. I say that as a point of personal privilege. Special Assistant Jenna Whitaker, and former Director and longtime advisor of the Department and of Party Affairs, Rick Borland. And I'd also like to thank Mary Beth, our Senior Advisor. She always hides in the background, but she's also been incredibly helpful to us. And I want to thank the DNC Tech Team and Andrew Benz for assisting our production, as well as the Secretary's team, Director Jeannie Daughtry, Deputy Brittany Korth, and Farah Sabir. Our sincere thanks to everyone. Back to you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And I want to add my thanks to our staff and to everyone who is here in the hotel supporting us as well. Our main focus for today is to finish drafting the rules and the call, as well as review charter and bylaws amendments. But before we begin, Mignon and I would like to review the process moving forward to define the presidential nominating calendar. Our commitment has always been to conduct a fair and transparent process, resulting in a calendar that produces the strongest general election candidate for the Democratic Party. Beyond the 8 meetings and 4 public hearings you have all devoted your time and talent to, Mignon and I have also been directly in touch with state parties to relay your questions and investigate feasibility. These are important and delicate conversations, as we don't want to distract from our electoral work with technical issues. As we wrote to you on July 30, we are very pleased with the progress states are making on answering these questions. The answers and additional questions are still in development, but things are definitely moving forward. Mignon?
Thanks, Jim. That's correct. While much progress is being made, our conversations with our applicants have made clear that a broad number of states have some questions about election administration and feasibility that can't be answered with certainty until after the midterm elections. And with the midterms 100 days away, probably less than that now, it's important that Democrats remain completely focused on our efforts to elect and re-elect Democrats up and down the ticket. To best prepare our state parties for 2024, we've outlined a process by which we finalize the delegate selection rules and call to the convention so that they can be voted on by the full body in September, but postpone a committee decision on the pre-window lineup until after the midterm elections in November. We committed to circulating a proposed version of Rule 12A that sets the window for 2024 primaries and includes placeholder language making clear that the DNC will vote on a proposed set of waivers soon after the midterm elections. This language was sent to you ahead of today's meeting, and it is also included in your membership package. We will put it on the screen now as well. We also stated that following the midterm elections, we will reconvene to update our evaluation of the applicant pool and work towards a final decision, which I'm sure everyone is anxious about, to present the full DNC for a vote, which DNC leadership has assured us that they will make happen as soon as after the midterm elections, as soon as possible. Before we begin our work on delegate selection rules, I want to stop here and open it up for discussion for the pre-window process and Rule 12A. Is there any discussion? Hi, David.
Hi, Mignon.
Hello.
With respect to the very last sentence, very last sentence of the proposed language, where it says all waivers approved by the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee are subject to ratification by the DNC. Could we insert some language that says all waivers of this rule are subject to ratification so that we don't end up creating an impression that any waiver that we grant for anything has to go back to the full DNC?
I second that. I think that's a good idea. Otherwise, it's very open-ended.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any more discussion? So, yes. I can't see this far with my glasses. Yeah, Mr. Applebaum.
Thank you. I support the proposals that are being made, but I also want to comment on the process we use for moving forward. We have a number of questions before us, including not just which states will be in the pre-window period, but also the order of those states. And I would like to suggest that one possible way of approaching this question is by looking at which state, looking first at which state will be included from each region, and then dealing with the second question of the order of those states. So as we try to decide the order going forward, we have a preliminary question of the states from the regions.
I don't know if I quite understand it. Go ahead. Yeah, please.
So Stuart, I understand the idea you're putting forward about a way of approaching this. You're not proposing that as an amendment to the rule, are you?
No, I'm proposing it as we discuss consideration. I support the amendment to the rule. I support the rule.
So I think it's a very useful suggestion, but I think we can, as we process things in our next meeting and preparing for it, we'll definitely take that into account.
That's one of many possible approaches.
Thank you.
Okay, they've changed it on there. See it,
Yep.
it's underlined. If they adopt the amendment, that's what it will read.
Okay. Can they see? Because I can't. I don't have my glasses on.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
behind you
Yep.
as well, if you can read that.
Let me see if I can read it.
Yeah, 3 lines from the bottom.
It says, state parties to hold their first rule as approved by the DNC. Oh, did I skip over a line? Yep. Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, I don't have my long form glasses on, people.
Right.
Yes.
So it's the of this rule that
Yes.
we're thinking about adding. I think that line should be underneath the of this. there.
Yes.
Can you highlight it?
Yeah.
Can you highlight it?
State parties to hold their first determining stage before the window within the calendar year, all waivers of this rule as approved by the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee as subject to ratification by the DNC. Let me get my other glasses. So do I start over?
So,
Just to make sure everyone understands what we're looking at, if you look at the last sentence of the highlighted section, it's the motion to amend
Yes.
adds the language of this rule in that last sentence.
if there's any discussion.
Yeah. Is there any more discussion? Carol?
Thank you. Do we need some sort of timetable on this? I mean, this seems very open-ended to me. I mean, do we need to know when these waivers are going to be granted? Might somebody at the last minute get a waiver? You know, should we have some cutoff date on these waivers being approved?
My own view is that because these are waivers, they appeal to the discretion of this committee. So that we would be unlikely to consider favorably something that's proposed at the last minute, but I'm not sure we want to bind our flexibility by having a specific timetable in this section.
Any more discussion? Frank?
Yes, and frankly, Leon, in connection with that issue, if we're asking states to change legislation in order to move their primaries up or not, that has to be done in the spring of 2023, and some states have very short legislative calendars. So I think the committee's plan is to do it enough in advance that state parties can then take the action they need to take. And I think we should also consider perhaps making a cut at the next meeting, because if we have states who aren't going to be included in the pre-window period, they may want to take advantage of the legislative session to move their primaries in a cluster or back, or some other way. So we want to give those states the flexibility. We haven't committed to doing that, but that's just something I think we should consider as well.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I get your point, Frank, that there's a big advantage if a state is not going to be further considered, letting them know as soon as possible so they can make whatever arrangements they need to make legislatively.
Right.
And of course, the sooner we can let the states that are going to be in the early window so that they can make. So we will take that into account as we schedule both meetings of this committee and presentation to the full DNC. I don't think we are quite sorted out enough yet to have specific dates for that, but I think we get the message about the timeliness. It seems like a long way away, but in fact, with what has to be done, it's not.
Tony?
Tonio Burgos from New Jersey. I agree with Frank on the points he's made, but also there are some states that don't have full-time legislatures. And we have to have consideration for those states and give them enough advance warning where they say if they're not in session, they're not going to be able to react to whatever we present.
Molly?
Is there a possibility, because we're down to 17 states, to communicate with the states saying that if we don't know the politics at the local legislative level, but they should be aware that if they miss their window for legislation, then they may take themselves out of consideration or may put the committee in a difficult position. So proactively communicating with them that we have not made the decision and they need to plan accordingly, again, with respect to their own legislative calendars and whatever local politics exist.
Yeah.
Very good point.
Yeah.
Not just when the session occurs, but when the filing deadlines are. Now, for this kind of a proposal, some states have filing deadlines in the beginning of December, something like that. This is the sort of proposal that really only goes somewhere if you've got the leadership on board, and in almost every state I'm familiar with, there is a late file procedure if the leadership is in agreement. So we can take all that into account, but that's the situation.
Any further discussion? So pending the amendment is adding the highlighted of this rule as on the screen, the language on the screen. So all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. So the amendment is adopted and substituted in favor of.
Now they got to adopt the whole substitute.
So we're going to adopt the whole paragraph here. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you for that thoughtful discussion. We've made significant progress on drafting the 2024 delegate selection rules. Since our meeting, we've continued working with the DNC Tech and voter protection teams in reviewing the language and how it functioned in 2020. We do not have any additional recommendations to share. I do know that some members have been discussing other rules that they'd like us to consider amending or adding. I'd like to open up the floor for those considerations now. Are there any other rules that folks would like to discuss? I know I'm opening myself up to David McDonald.
Well, actually,
Well, before we go on, Helen, will you maintain the list as we move through the agenda?
Actually, you're not opening yourself up to me because I think my particular issue is automatically on the agenda because it was postponed to this meeting for specific discussion. As to when you want to take it up, I'm indifferent to that. Well, I shouldn't say I'm indifferent, but I'm fine if you want to take something else up ahead of it. But Elaine and I's motion to add language to Rule 14B is what I would like to take up.
Okay. All right. Anything else? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Yep. So Jim, we're going to turn this back over to you, and David, we will be facilitating.
If we're taking up 14B now, it would help if my proposed, Elaine and I's proposed addition could be put on the screen, maybe.
Okay, we're working on it over here. Give us just a minute to let the technology catch up. So does any, do folks have other rules that they would like to discuss in addition to Rule 14? And we plan to discuss Rule 21 later on as well.
No, did you want to talk about Rule 21? I just want to confirm that it's this document that was edited 7 days ago.
Anything else? Anything that can't be divided
No,
by
that's
7?
not it.
No, I mean, any other rules?
When I searched 14B,
You had it on the screen last time, so.
All right.
our emails to me. Jenna, not that one. Not that one.
Excuse me, can we at some point talk about a minute of,
Rule 10?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, she got it, she got it.
I may not be able to find it in my email. I may have to put up my laptop for a while.
Do we have any other rules
It's very
while we're
short. It begins with
preparing
names,
Mr.
rules,
McDonald's rules?
Subject to approval. It doesn't use the word, it uses the word second choice.
It may be useful if we try to do these in numerical order, just so we don't get confused. So why don't we turn to Rule 10 for a minute? And Carol, would you like to raise a question?
Yeah, I raised this question at an earlier meeting, and we talked about it a little bit and said we would go back to it, and we never did. And it might be that some smart people decided that what I was asking for was silly and we weren't going to do it. But then nobody told me that. Rule 10A3. This provides candidates who are running for party leader and elected official delegate slots an extra time to file their, not necessarily their candidacy for delegate, but their presidential preference. And we determined, I think, Elaine and I talked back and forth about it, that this is from a time when we had a lot of uncommitted people who would wait until the last minute, when elected officials would wait until the last minute hoping to cut a deal, and they wouldn't pledge to a presidential candidate until the last stage of the process in hoping they would get to be vice president or whatever they were looking for. But anyway, it seems to me that it is unnecessary these days to give these party leaders an extra opportunity late in the process to pick a candidate to support. And I wonder if we can't just take that language out. It adds to our state convention when we do this, when you take into consideration presidential candidate right of approval, it adds an extra hour to the delegate selection process in our convention. I don't know what it does in other states, and I know that some states this wouldn't even apply to, but if we could just take that language out that gives elected officials an extra opportunity to say which candidate they support, because the candidates want to know before this too. Is that something we could just take out? Does it serve any purpose anymore?
So, you're proposing an amendment to remove Rule 10A3. Is there a second to that proposal? Seconded by Mr. Leone. Any discussion beyond what Carol has already given us?
There may be a state whose process benefits from this, but I sure don't know what that is.
Yeah, can I just,
Okay. Ms. Kmark?
I think Carol's got a point here, because if a party leader and elected official files initially, their candidate drops out, Carol, make sure I've got this right. Their candidate then drops out, loses, and by the time you get to the state convention, that party leader says, well, I want to be for so-and-so, usually the winner. They have to get the candidate right of approval anyway, right? So it just so they can, it seems to me they can still be elected, right?
Sure, and they could, I think every state, I think, has some filing period before the convention.
Yeah,
and
right.
you can't come back and file to run for delegate. You only, if you are under this as an elected official, you can come back and say, I've finally made up my mind which candidate I want to support. And that just seems, for one thing, the candidate's likely to reject them. But it just seems like an extra step that we don't need now that we don't have a lot of uncommitted people.
But it wouldn't prohibit someone from changing their candidate and getting elected.
I don't think so. No.
I mean, the other state chairs here, can you weigh in on this? Am I hearing this right? Yeah, okay. I mean, I think if the other state chairs agree, then I think that it's no longer necessary.
So what you're proposing is basically that pledged party leader and elected official delegate candidates or delegates must declare their preference at the same time as everybody else. If there's a mechanism for people to change, it'll be the same as everybody else.
Right, yeah, I mean, you would just, but this just makes a special category of the party leader and elected officials for no apparent reason. And certainly the state party could put this into their rules if they needed this system. I don't think we would stop a state party from, if we haven't heard from some state party that values this rule, we wouldn't care if they built this into their system.
Well, I would say that if we take this out, every state party is going to be is going to have all of their delegates, including party leader and elected official delegates, subject to the same timetable for declaration of preference.
Yes.
That's what I would say.
Yes.
I suppose, and in some sort of situation we haven't imagined yet, they could request a waiver for a special date. I can't imagine that situation, but they can request a waiver, and we can consider whether it makes sense or not. All right. So the proposal before us is to delete Section A3 under Rule 10. Any further discussion? We'll go to a vote then. All those in favor of this motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. And the ayes have it, and it is successful. Okay. All right, so that's Rule 10.
ready for
So I think we are ready. Yeah, let's do it.
We're ready for 14B?
You want me to?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to take a look at Rule 14B. And I'm going to call on Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Jim. Because this subject has come up several times this year, and the actual amendment doesn't really relate to some of the prior discussions, I want to clarify a couple of things about what this proposal does and does not do. This is not a proposal to endorse ranked choice voting. This is not a proposal to endorse any form of voting. It is not a proposal to pre-authorize anything. Instead, it's actually a proposal designed to minimize the chance that we have confrontations in 2023 that could easily be avoided if we have drafted regulations that provide guidance for any variant voting systems. It is intended to put one guardrail on alternative vote systems because it clearly says nothing in this rule prohibits you from giving a second choice if you choose, but the choice has to be among candidates who have gotten across the 15% threshold on the first ballot. You cannot use, under this proposal, a system that suddenly creates, after the election, somebody who never got 15% on the first choice, but suddenly consolidates and gets 15% and becomes a surprise qualifier. So it adds one explicit guardrail and explicitly signals to the states that may be considering alternative voting systems that we are potentially going to regulate them, that they should check with us in advance of adopting their plans, in advance of changing any legislation, find out if we've said something in the regulations, find out if we have concerns, and try to address them. Now, compare that to where we are now. And let me preface this by saying, for those of you who have not been on this committee many cycles, there is a high probability that 2023 will be a very busy year. Surprises happen. Last time we thought we would have maybe a relatively easy year, and we ended up dealing with Alabama, West Virginia, a couple of other issues at the same time as we were trying to approve individual plans. So where we are right now is we have said over and over again, we don't have any prohibition against whatever system you want to use, but we might raise an issue after your legislature has acted, after you have adopted your plan, and in the summer when it's too late to change anything, we might create a whole bunch of confrontations because we already have a number of states that have chosen alternative voting systems. Sometimes it's ranked choice voting, sometimes it's a different approach, such as Ken laid out earlier about Minnesota, to deal with a growing issue that is wasted votes in connection with our encouragement of people to vote early. So we have an opportunity to say, we may regulate this because we have some concerns, but we're going to give you the guidance in advance. Now, again, I've never been a state chair, but I have worked with many state chairs. I was a county chair, and I can tell you, I would much prefer to know in advance of adopting my plan and lobbying it through my state committee and getting it through my legislature if there's going to be a problem with the RBC. If I'm going to have an argument, I'd rather have it while I could fix it and not have to look like I had a major confrontation with the DNC and I lost or I won or whatever. I don't want to be having to deal with campaigns that are suddenly deciding their ox might be gored, whichever way the RBC goes. The time to deal with these issues is in advance. And that's all that this does. I know because everybody likes to go off on a different tangent. People would like to make this broader than it is, but it is not an endorsement of ranked choice voting. If anything, it is a regulation of ranked choice voting. It's kind of the contrary to what people are concerned about. I'm not insensitive to the fact that there is a less than unanimous opinion of ranked choice voting on this committee, and I'm not trying to put anything over on people. In fact, I'm going the other way. I'm sort of realizing that, people want to discuss this, they have concerns, and I'm suggesting the place to have that discussion is in connection with the regulations, when we can give guidance to people and we can focus on it. But we can't do that if we haven't authorized the regulations to put a constraint on ranked choice voting. It's not fair to people to say, oh, our rules don't prohibit it, but, oh, by the way, you forgot to read this regulation that we never mentioned or that we didn't even adopt, but all of a sudden we've decided that what you did is not fair. We need to give guidance, and that is all that this does. It is not an endorsement of anything. It is an attempt to say, let's not have unnecessary confrontations. Let's not have unnecessary distraction in the middle of a presidential race. If we have concerns, let's have a conversation about them, which we can't really have right now because we're dealing with the calendar issues and other things. But let's make it clear, whatever you do, you cannot create a new candidate. The only candidates who can get delegates under any of the voting systems are ones who have met our threshold. On the first ballot are the first choice of voters. Let's put that limit in and say if we've got other concerns, we will address them. I'm happy to answer questions, or Elaine can answer questions, or whatever, and I apologize for going on at length, but I know there's been some confusion about this. Thanks.
David, are you proposing the language that appears in red on the screen?
I am.
As an amendment?
I am, and that's why I had it put back up on the screen, because earlier, I think people may have seen earlier versions. This, if you parse through this language, I don't think it's that unclear. It simply says nothing prohibits you from offering a second choice only to a voter who has cast a ballot for someone who didn't meet threshold. And it is, I thought, the reason I'm struggling is if it doesn't say it has to be cast for a candidate who met 15%, I would be open to an amendment.
Who casts a ballot for a candidate who is ineligible to be awarded delegates?
Right.
That could be not reaching threshold. I think it could be someone who withdraws
Yes.
before we get to a second chance opportunity.
Yes, that part, what I'm concerned about is I want to make sure that the language, or that at least we understand, this language is not intended to allow a candidate who did not get 15% on the first ballot to consolidate a bunch of second choices and get 15% after the fact. It is limited, it is intended to be limited to if your vote would be wasted, you can vote for somebody who met the threshold.
Yeah, so it's
Period.
limited to those voters who have voted for somebody who is ineligible to receive a vote.
Right.
Typically that would be not reaching threshold, but it could also be
Yes.
being declared not a bona fide Democrat or something like that.
Yes, and it is to give them a chance to choose from among the candidates that are eligible. And if we need to clarify that in the regulations, we could certainly do it. Yeah.
I think that the language that's on the screen is the language that you're intending here. Okay. And I'm going to ask if there's a second for that language.
Second.
We have a second from Ms.
Second.
Kmark. Any further discussion? Yes, Ms. Dowdell.
Joanne Dowdell, New Hampshire. Being new to this committee, is this addressing a problem that we have seen? I mean, is this something that has been problematic and therefore needs this change, or is this anticipatory?
May I answer?
Mr. McDonald?
It is a problem that we have seen in the sense that we had several states choose to use ranked choice voting in the last cycle because they were shifting from caucuses to party-run primaries. We have, in several states, I know in my state, proposals that went to the legislature to adopt some form of ranked choice voting, in which the legislature was basically being told, look, the RBC has no problem with it, the rules don't prohibit it. We have a growing likelihood of adoption in multiple jurisdictions of some form of either ranked choice voting or alternative voting, because again, in my state, which is an early state, when you analyze the mail-in ballots, the people who voted when they got their mail-in ballot and when there were 10 or 15 candidates in contention, about 35% or something of those ballots that had been received by Election Day were ballots cast for people who were not eligible, but the ones that were voted in the last 2 or 3 days and came in just after Election Day, it was only 7%. So there's a big chunk of votes that got wasted, and either we're going to encourage people to only vote for high visibility, quasi-incumbent candidates, don't ever pay attention to a newcomer, or we're going to say, we're just going to put an anchor on people trying to build support because nobody wants to take a chance on having their vote wasted, and we're not addressing it. So yes, it is a problem that has occurred, and it is also anticipatory that the problem is not going to go away.
So I don't think we as the DNC or the Washington Democratic Party are going to encourage people to vote for a particular type of candidate. So this provides a mechanism for them to rescue themselves, basically. Just one clarification, when you referred to Washington as an early state, you weren't saying Washington would be in the pre-window. You were saying early on in the regular window process.
Oh, I think that was what they call a Freudian slip.
Yeah, I thought so, yes, right.
But
right.
we're actually pretty far up front in any event. Our primary last time was March 10th, so it was right up near the front of the window.
Early in the regular window, and with the, is it exclusive use of mail-in voting?
It's exclusive use of mail-in voting, so you get your...
March 10th is actually the end of the process, not the beginning in Washington
Yeah, so
State.
people would get their ballots 21 days ahead of March 10th last time, so sometime in late February,
Okay.
and would immediately get deluged with phone calls to vote them unless the computer records showed they had already voted, and the only way to keep people from calling you is to actually vote the thing, so we're really making it clear you want to vote 3 weeks ahead of time to get those votes captured, yeah.
So in some states, ballots are going out even earlier than that. For our September 5 primary in Massachusetts, I received my ballot 10 days ago. There definitely are people who have voted already. I haven't, but there are people who have. All right.
Before we go to Elaine and Scott, Jim, can I, and you can do this, David, on the back end, because when Joanne asked the question as a newcomer, I was wondering if it was possible for you to talk to the people that are watching us outside of this room, to tell them in 2 or 3 sentences or less, this is called Dummies for Mignon, for example, what this rule really is intended to do, so people can clearly understand this, because it is kind of a shift, and we want to make sure that people understand exactly what your intent is. But I'd love for Elaine and Scott to go ahead first.
Yeah, I think that in all of the discussion here, there have been 2 issues that are kind of different, right? One issue is ranked choice voting. What do we think about it? Okay, I know my friend Frank thinks it's just too damn complicated and isn't good. I have a slightly different view, which is that, you know, people, it sounds complicated when we have to deal with this sort of thing, but frankly, when you see a ballot and it says what's your first choice and what's your second choice, most people get it. The 4 states that used it last time didn't have a problem with it. In our tradition, in the Iowa caucuses and a lot of caucus states over the years have always had a situation where if you caucused in a room and you were less than 15% of the people, those people got to move to their second choice. So they had a sort of physical ranked choice voting, right? This is all being done on a piece of paper. But so I think there's precedent for us allowing systems like this. Maine is going to join the 4 states last time in doing this. Maybe, as David's telling us, Washington will do it. And therefore, I think that we have never said no second choice voting, right? We've never said that as a party. Now, that is something we could say, right? We could say, look, we prohibit this kind of primary. If we don't prohibit it, however, and I think that's where this is coming from, if we do not say an outright ban on ranked choice voting, then I think we have to address the probability that didn't arise 2 years ago, because by that time, the field was quickly clearing of candidates, that some candidate in a, hand-to-hand combat for delegates is going to look at their first vote and say, that's the vote. I should get the delegates based on that vote, not the second vote. And as we know from the New York mayor's race and other places, I mean, that changes, right? It changes between the first one and the second one. And so I think for purposes of clarity, if we allow ranked choice voting, which we have in the past, then we need something like this rule simply to make it clear that the delegates are allocated on the final choice, right? So as the final choice, that's the delegate allocation. And this is where the challenge rule comes in as well. And you can't file a challenge based on the first tally. You have to file the challenge based on the final vote. So again, two separate questions. If we're going to allow ranked choice voting, we need something like this, is my guess, just to keep the process very clear and clean. We could also then have a discussion, if Frank might want to do this, we could have a discussion about the merits of ranked choice voting, which I think is separate, however, from this. So that's all I would say.
As I understand this motion and this language, this is basically saying we are agnostic about how you deal with a second chance when someone has cast a ballot for a candidate who is ineligible to receive votes. We're not taking a position one way or the other. Now, we could be saying one and done. We're not saying that. We're saying you can propose in your plan what you think is appropriate, and we'll look at it.
I think we have Scott Fowler, Leon.
Thank you.
And Randy.
Scott Brennan, Iowa. I think David and Elaine laid it out a lot better than I would have. I guess my view, I'm in support of this regulation, this amendment, just for the simple reason, I just hate the idea of a wasted ballot. I mean, that just seems, there are other state party chairs in the room. I just hate, as a former state party chair, it just seems to me that we want to make sure that the system works. And, I think this gets to that problem with the wasted ballot. Thanks.
Thank you. Fowler? Carol?
Thank you. I just have a question because I'm slow. I understand how this would work in a caucus situation. I understand how this would work with ranked choice voting. Is there any other circumstance when you could give somebody a second chance? I mean, most primaries are secret ballots, so if somebody comes and says, I voted for this candidate who didn't get didn't get 15%, so I get another shot at this, how do you know who they really voted for?
May I answer directly?
Yes.
Yeah. One of the strengths of our country is that we rely on the creativity of our states to come up with approaches that may vary as to problems that we have rather than mandate a single solution nationally. So I can't say that there are not other ways to do it. Ranked choice voting is one that has been being pushed, and as a result, it may be the first thing that comes to mind, but as we discovered earlier in the discussion when Ken raised the fact that Minnesota uses a cast a second ballot physically approach to take care of it and just takes the latest ballot. There may be other approaches that would be used, and we need to see those. Trying to make a rule that says, look, you just can't give second choices. no discussion. If you're in the military, you just got to vote that ballot 30 days ahead of the election and hope that your candidate is still there. Because the military usually does not have an option. They get told, you get your ballot, you better mail it back as soon as you get it to make sure that it gets there from whatever zone you're in. And so, you know, unless we really want to say those states that have adopted ranked choice voting, forget it. Just undo your legislation. Don't darken our doorstep again. We're banning it. And say to the military, you know, just take a chance on wasting your vote. We need to get ahead of this and let the legislatures and the state parties figure out what's the best thing in our local circumstance to deal with this, and then address whatever concerns we have, which realistically, I think are going to be, is there adequate education? Is the method clear? You know, and the only thing that we're really concerned about is that you don't create a new candidate. The winners in your state, you may be able to give people a second choice among those to start building the coalition you need for the general election, but you can't just create a whole new player in the field and alter the dynamics of the race. The end result will be, it probably will have very little impact on delegate counts because it probably won't be used in very many states. It may be a growing number, but it won't be used in very many, since it only affects the sharing of the delegates among the candidates that have already qualified. You know, it's probably might make 1 delegate or 2 delegate difference, and across various states, those probably go one way or the other and begin to even out, just like everything else in the process. So it's probably of marginal impact on the delegate count, but it is a huge impact to say to millions of people, we will count your vote. We care about what you think. We don't care about, you know, just who won. We care about bringing you into the tent and being part of our operation. If your candidate's not going to make it, make an investment in some other candidate who might and begin to help us reshape the country, not go off and feel excluded because your candidate wasn't quite known enough at this point. So I think it's relatively low cost. It's a very strong signal. And as I said before, it allows us to put in place our whatever concerns we have, to put them in place and say, please address this ahead of time before you draft the plan. Call the RBC, find out if there's a regulation on it, talk to the co-chairs, see if there's a concern, and try to take care of it before we spend May, June, July, and August, at the same time as we're trying to deal with whatever enforcement issue might come up out of the calendar decisions we're going to make, which I can tell you, having been through that once, will be a very consumptive process if we have it. And without dealing with the various affirmative action related issues that we have with plans and other variants, to not add this onto the calendar as much as we can. It's just, somebody else should talk because I'm spending way too much time in this microphone, and you don't need to hear more from a lawyer in the corner up here. I'm sure there's another lawyer who'd be happy to speak. So, yeah.
We do have several people that have, Frank, we have Frank, Randy, Mr. Curry, and then Molly.
Thank you, Frank Leon. First of all, I just have, well, first of all, I appreciate Dave and Elaine's efforts. They're both much smarter than I am. Like most people who like ranked choice voting are generally smarter than I am. But I do see, you know, I've been involved in this at the ground level for a long time. First of all, the concept that what we are doing here is not endorsing ranked choice voting by adopting a statement that nothing prevents ranked choice voting seems to me as an endorsement of ranked choice voting. And it seems to me the groups that have been lobbying this committee to get them to adopt this proposal will take the view that this is an endorsement of ranked choice voting. I'd be real surprised if they issued a press release saying DNC rules and bylaws takes no position on ranked choice voting. That's not what we're doing here. We're approving ranked choice voting, I think. And I don't think we should. I think right now our democracy is under attack, and I think the best way to defend our democracy is to make voting easy and keep counting simple. That's it. Those are sort of my guiding motto with all the work I've done on voter protection. And what we're doing here, first of all, even the language that underlies the ranked choice voting arguments that your vote is being wasted, voting for a candidate who doesn't win is not wasting your vote, okay? It's voting for a candidate who doesn't win. My vote for Hillary Clinton in 2016 was not wasted. And to suggest that unless your second, third, fourth, fifth, or eighth choice counts, your vote is wasted, I think is inaccurate and does a disservice to the voters. And especially, ranked choice voting I think is particularly inappropriate for our party because we have proportional representation. We don't have winner take all. If we had winner take all, we might have a better argument for ranked choice voting. But with a 15% threshold, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candidates can get delegates out of that process. And yet, if you chose someone who doesn't even make 15%, then your candidate doesn't get a delegate. It doesn't mean the vote's wasted. The other part of it is the keeping counting simple. And with our election administration system repeatedly under attack, the idea that we are going into a more complicated system to me is not appealing. I mean, New York was cited to me as an example of how ranked choice voting is wonderful. I didn't see it that way. And let me ask you this, if the process had been Eric Adams was ahead on election night, and on the first count, and the second vote, and the third vote, and the fourth vote, and the fifth vote, and the sixth vote, and the seventh vote, but then Garcia overtook him on the eighth vote, would New Yorkers have said, oh, this is a wonderful system. Our true feelings are really expressed, and nobody's vote got wasted? No, it would have undercut the confidence in our election system, which is what the other side is trying to do every single day. So 4 years ago, the argument that was made for ranked choice voting is it's just like a caucus. You can go in a caucus, you go in the corner, support your candidate, you get 15%, you get a delegate. If you don't get 15%, you can join with another caucus. And more than half the states did that. Virginia did it for 20 years, as Susan remembers. But guess what? We don't do that anymore. Last time, there were 2 states that had that sort of assembled caucus system. Nevada, which has quickly moved to a primary, and Iowa, which is moving to a party-run primary. So nobody's doing that anymore because it's a terrible idea, because caucus math is complicated, because people don't understand it. And so we actually took a step of making voting simpler, making our process simpler. Probably the first time since 1972 that we've actually made things simpler. Except now we want to go back and make it complicated again if you mail in, then you go to, do all the math and somebody else comes out. I mean, is there any doubt that if a candidate, comes in first on the first count, but third on the eighth count, that candidate will claim that there was something wrong with the process, it was rigged, they deserve to win? I mean, why do we want to make this process more complicated for us? I don't think we do. So I appreciate the idea behind Dave's proposal that if we were to do ranked choice voting, we should only do it so candidates who get at least 15% are eligible. But even so, and I agree with that part. If we were going to do it, we should do it that way. But I don't think we should bless ranked choice voting at all. I don't think we should approve it at all. And on the early voting thing, we're talking about, I believe, 4 caucus states that have party-run primaries. And I don't know if early voting is a big issue with those states or not. I know it's a big issue with Washington. Washington doesn't have ranked choice voting. Maine was going to have ranked choice voting for their primary 4 years ago. They didn't fund it. They didn't do it. So we are setting up a process which I think is approving something that I don't think we're approving. I don't think it's necessary in the Democratic Party. I think it makes things more complicated. And so for that reason, I would respectfully vote against Dave's amendment.
Ms. Weingarten?
Oh my God, after that. So, I walked into the room and I've asked several people questions in the last 48 hours because, I started earlier we've gone through this conversation about ranked choice voting and second choice voting for months already. It's been one of our consistent questions that we raise. And, I walked into the first conversation where Frank was. I think the dilemma right now is, this is not what it seems to be. And the more we start talking about, this is about delegate selection and about the chase for delegates, for presidential candidates. And we have proportional representation, which in some ways is a bit of ranked choice voting, not for the voter per se, but for the state. And the question becomes, to me, this language basically, I think, does the opposite of what David intends. By saying nothing in this rule is intended to prohibit a state, it's really saying, okay, states do this. As opposed to basically, if we're not going to exclude it, having a way of the limitations that are, I think, what Elaine and David are saying, I think is important if we're not going to exclude it. And I think that given that some states are doing it already, we can exclude it. But I don't think that this is something that should be viewed as this is a way that people are not throwing away their vote. This is what the process is. The process is a limiting process. There's a lot of people that start, and then you get one representative of the party. So I just think it's different than, and I'm going to borrow something that, my reverend over there has said, which is, it's different than voting for a mayor. It's different than voting for somebody actually. It's a different kind of process. But I am very worried about this conversation that we're excluding votes or that we're excluding choice, because that's not what this process is. So I do think we need to say something about how, for those states that do second choice, how it gets done, but I don't think this amendment is the way to do it.
Well stated, Randy. Ray Curry from Michigan. I guess I had a couple of things that I wanted to raise around it. One, I saw it as providing a provision for ranked choice or second candidate options. And I don't think that was what was stated originally by David in conversation, but to me it provides some advocacy around it because currently it does not exist in the rule. And it puts it in place in front of respective states for consideration for something that they may have never debated. Second piece is, I see it as a disenfranchisement for military. Out of the gate, unless it's ranked choice voting where a military member actually executes their second option, if it's another provisional process for second candidate option, military members abroad may not have the chance to return in the same respective times. The third piece is we're also opening, the question becomes, what pool of voters are eligible for the second candidate consideration? Now, there's a debate on where they cast their first and where they fell with the first ones who met the threshold or didn't meet the threshold. Who are we actually entertaining in this process? So I really feel like there's a lot of pieces that would open up a lot of debate in respective states on a number of different avenues, but it does start the process, whether you call it ranked choice voting, don't call it ranked choice voting, it's still walking like a duck, and it is a duck, and it's in front of everyone to have a second candidate consideration. Thank you.
Quite illustrative. Molly?
Molly McGarrick, Delaware. I thankfully had wonderful setup. I could not have said it better than Frank or Randy. I think the biggest concern I have with this is it creates a momentum where it feels like the committee is essentially driving the process towards ranked choice voting. And it does, to echo what Joanne said, it does feel anticipatory, and I greatly appreciate the wonderful attorneys and brilliant people that are on this committee who do, Elaine and others, who bring both the history as well as the, hey, this language creates unintended consequences. It just feels like we are going too far, and we are actually sending the message that we want states to go in this direction. And states and others should anticipate further regulations from this committee. They should anticipate, again, further efforts to move towards a process that looks more like this. And I'm personally not in favor of that, and it doesn't feel like this committee has made that decision, but that's, again, what we're signaling by approving this. And last thing I'll say is, I would love to hear from voter protection. I mean, I just think there are a lot of unintended consequences, and we're going down a path that we don't fully see what we're potentially walking into, not the least of which are the comments around we're giving the appearance that our current process is disenfranchising people, which could not be further from the truth.
Thank you, Molly. Mo, then Leah, Bishop Leah, I'm sorry.
Thank you. And I think a lot of my thinking on this has been a great conversation. It's really informed sort of how I'm thinking about this. David, I really applaud the efforts and the sentiment of putting guardrails on the process, and I think they're needed. I think I share a lot of the concerns that have been said that the way it's being done up here actually doesn't really provide guardrails, but actually steers us in the other direction. And one of the reasons I think that is because looking at the language, I'm not sure, the two pieces that are purported, the two guardrails that we're talking about adding are actually in the current rule already, right? We say that, and the lawyers in here can correct me if I'm wrong, but we say in the current rule that delegates are allocated by the final vote, right? Which in the proposed amendment is the last line. And we set the threshold by which no delegates can be awarded, which is in the first line of the proposed amendment. So I feel like that this language, this proposed language, is actually, it doesn't add a whole lot to what the current rule is without, but it further complicates it. It further, it for all the reasons that others have talked about. So I'd be for something that puts some guardrails on ranked choice voting. You and I are in 100% agreement that it's necessary. I just feel like this doesn't bring much to it, and instead just further complicates it by, as others have said, being seen as a tacit endorsement of a process that that I don't think we as a committee are ready to endorse.
Bishop Daughtry.
Thank you. There's the story of the old preacher who said, everything that needs to be said has been said, only I haven't said it. So I'm going to be the old preacher today. I guess my trouble is, and much of you have said this, I think the RBC hasn't had any real discussion about ranked choice voting. In terms of what our feelings, preferences, choices, or even how it really works. We just had it for the first time in New York, and I thought it was a disaster. But we haven't had that discussion in this committee. And so this feels like permission to me, to states, to engage in ranked choice voting when we haven't decided ourselves how we feel about this. And as Randy said, we're not voting for a mayor, we're not voting for a governor, we're voting for delegates, or delegate process. And how it really works is unclear to me, how ranked choice voting works in that scenario. So I think first I would want us to have a discussion as an RBC on ranked choice voting, and what, for many of us, we don't have it. What does it mean? And how does it work? And how does it work in this context before we apply a rule that we're not sure what the consequences of that rule would be? And I agree with the wasted vote language really annoys me, because we're telling people their votes don't count unless they choose a candidate who might actually win, right? So you just keep choosing, which gets me to, how is this not like a paper caucus? So I pick a candidate, my candidate, so then I go to the next one, okay, so then I recaucus. It just doesn't make sense to me, and it feels like a solution in search of a problem. But my other point is, and this references it, states have to file plans. So it seems to me that if they're intending to do whatever, they already have to file a plan with us. And we already have the right of approving it or not approving it. So this just seems like a redundancy in the process that we already have. And if we're concerned about this specific thing, we can send out a memo to the state saying, hey, if you're thinking about, make sure you include that in your plan and give us a call and let's talk it through before you put it in the plan, as opposed to concretizing it in our rules in a way that I believe will have unintended consequences.
Elaine, I know you have your hand up, but can I get to Ken and then you and then Stuart again? And we're going to let David land the plane before Jim moves us to.
Well, I want to thank you, Madam Chair, Ken Martin from Minnesota. I do want to say there's a lot of what I agree with what Leah just said. However, I do think it's important for us to, at least as a body, if this is not the solution today, to continue the conversation and acknowledge that there are going to be states, as ranked choice voting comes online more and more throughout the nation, that are going to be looking to this committee for some sort of answers as it relates to the National Delegate Selection Plan. And so my ask, if we decide, this committee decides that this is not the solution today, is that we continue to provide guidance and counsel and to work with those states who are exploring ranked choice voting as a solution as it pertains to the National Delegate Selection process. Again, I think my sense of what David's trying to do is anticipate a future problem here and to put some guardrails around that. And while we as a committee, it's clear to me listening to the debate, aren't there at this point, we need to acknowledge that this could become a problem down the road if we are not open to the conversation. I'm not hearing anyone say that. That's why I agree with what Leah just said. There are some provisions currently within our process that allow for that discussion to happen. I would say we should just affirmatively acknowledge today that we need to be open to that conversation, and whether it's this amendment or some other solution here, we need to be open to that this is going to be an issue we'll have to deal with at some point as a committee. So that's all I wanted to say. I hope this committee continues to acknowledge that state parties are doing their best to deal with existing state laws and voting mechanisms as it relates to this, and we have to be able to assist them in how they comply with what's happening in their states.
Thank you, Ken. Stu? And then, I'm sorry, Elaine, then Stu?
Yeah. I have I mean, this is a great discussion, and Leah, as usual, has gotten me thinking about a way out of this. So what if instead, can you put that back up, please? Sorry. What if instead of that whole long thing, right, we say simply in the first sentence, except that preferences falling, I'm sorry, wait a minute. Okay. States shall allocate in proportion to the percentage of the final, after 15% threshold based on the voter's first or final, just add 2 words, or final expression of preference, which then says, then it leaves us to go state by state as we did 4 years ago or for 2020, and we approved, Wyoming, we approved these plans, but it has in there that, okay, if a state comes in with a ranked choice voting plan and they make a good case to us and we say, yeah, that's fine, but we are clear that it has to be the final expression of preference. That, it seems to me, gets us out of the worries of pushing states in that direction. But what it does do is say, it gives the option, it puts right in the rule, that if you're going to use this, you can't go having a credentials challenge based on the first expression. if you're going to do this. And I think that if you had first or final expression of preference, that encompasses because I think that both David and I, when we were looking at this, were anticipating problems, right? There were no problems like this that happened before. We were anticipating problems. That seems to me would then allow us to, as we go state by state, to look at each state plan and say, okay, have you made clear what your final expression of preference is? If it is clear what the final expression of preference is, then you don't need anything else, right? If delegates are based on the final expression of preference, you don't need all the other language. So that's a suggestion. I don't know how you feel about that, David. I'm probably missing something, but that seems to me gets us out of all this wording and looking like we're promoting ranked choice voting, which I think we should be pretty agnostic on.
Are you suggesting that we take out the bottom half language?
I mean,
or this is David's amendment?
Well, it's David's amendment, so I'm suggesting this to David, that we could take out all of the bottom, put in voters first or final, and that then gives us the ability, as we're reviewing plans, right, to say, okay, guys, you have to clarify this, because if you don't clarify this, you're going to be subject to a credentials challenge, which is essentially what happened, in 2020, right? We approved a couple of state plans like this and seemed to work fine.
Okay. So Stu, and then we're going to send it back to you, David.
Thank you. Thank you. Clearly, there is no consensus on ranked choice voting at this time. And I also look at this amendment and I ask myself, if the amendment is not passed, is there anything that is going to be prohibited that would otherwise not be prohibited by this amendment? And I think given that, and given what Leah had to say and Ken had to say about more discussion being needed on ranked choice voting, although I am someone who sees the value of ranked choice voting, and I actually disagree somewhat with the characterizations that people have made about how it has worked in different places, and gets a sense that ranked choice voting gives more people a sense of ownership of the final decision. Despite that, I don't think we're ready at this point to pass this amendment to the rules. I know that we're not prohibiting anything by not passing this amendment, and I also think at some point it's appropriate for us to have lengthier conversations about ranked choice voting, so I'm not going to be able to support the amendment at this time.
Thank you. Susan, you want to go before Frank?
And maybe Elaine or David, as he addressed Elaine's suggestion, could answer this, but this isn't an old preacher saying, but if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, it must be a duck. And I'm just not sure what the difference between, your suggestion and the original amendment. I mean, I think we're at the same place, which would be, getting out ahead on the ranked choice voting. So that really is just, I don't know that there's any difference, just said in a shorter, more succinct manner.
Can I just answer that? I think that by doing it in a shorter, more succinct answer, we give the authority to apply this when we're reviewing plans, but we don't send the message that we're endorsing ranked choice voting. I think it's not as obvious. I mean, it's just it's a perception issue. I'm trying to deal with the perception issue and deal with the sort of practical legal issue at the same time. That's
Mr. McDonald?
So, having had the experience of watching one of our meetings on live stream, an extended version. And also, aside from having been a chair at various levels over the years, a math degree, and have a reasonable ability to count, I'm under no particular illusions about the likely outcome of the vote that we're about to take. But I want to say, if I were watching this on TV, I think my takeaway would be, okay, there are some concerns that ranked choice voting might be confusing. There are some concerns about its implementation. It's been adopted in a bunch of states. It's likely going to be adopted in a bunch more. But every time it comes up at the RBC, the end result is they say, let's talk about it sometime in the future. Let's not tell anybody what our concerns are. Let's not commit ourselves to have a discussion and clarify what we are worried about. Let's not give any guidance to state parties. Let's just kind of keep kicking this down the road, because we have been doing that at least 6 years that I know about. This just kind of, it gets moving down, because the nature of the RBC is there's a high probability at any given meeting there is a sudden surprise distraction that consumes a lot of attention. The only reason we're having this long a discussion about it today is because something was taken off of our agenda that would have consumed all the time. So we have time to have this much discussion. And I would be mystified if I were sitting at home as to why we want to take such a vague, unhelpful stance in order to avoid actually having a discussion and saying, this is what we are concerned about, this is what we are not concerned about. There are obviously some people on this committee who would ban ranked choice voting if they had the option. There are obviously some people on this committee who would not ban it. There are some people who would say maybe it's okay if it only had 2 rounds of voting, because, as Frank said, 8 rounds and a surprise winner is a bit of a problem, but maybe 2 rounds is not. But we just want to be vague. We want to make sure that in a time-compressed situation with presidential campaigns looking over our shoulder, worrying about whether their ox is going to be gored, when we might be in the middle of calendar challenges, that's the time we want to have a discussion that will be insightful and collegial and everything else, instead of committing, which is what this does, committing to say, let's have a discussion in the regulations about what our concerns are, or if we're going to ban it altogether in some fashion, put it in there. But let's decide, let's not talk about we need to talk about this further. Let's commit to talking about it further and doing something one way or the other, so that we don't leave this amorphous fog that people are in, particularly if they are trying to deal with problems in their home states. But as I said, I'm under no illusions about how this vote is likely to go, and I have not heard a solution that takes care of it. In terms of Elaine's proposed amendment, I think, as was duly noted, it basically puts us back to square one of, oh yeah, we'll kick it down the road and decide whenever we get a plan in and see something that somebody on the committee doesn't like, we'll maybe have a discussion about it, but probably end up simply authorizing whatever the state proposed, because it's too hard in the middle of that confrontation to reach a decision to ban something that's already in place. So I'll make a last-ditch plea to urge people to at least come out of this meeting committed to, we're going to do this in the regulations, we're going to have the discussion, we're going to provide guidance to the people and state parties and legislatures who are dealing with this issue. And we do not want them told. We do not want them told that the RBC really doesn't care what you do. Just toss it up against the wall and see what happens. Because that's where we are now. Anybody can freely go to the legislature and say the RBC is pretty clear that they don't prohibit it. They might have a problem after you implement it, but they also are not going to fight with the legislature. Why don't we just commit to do the discussion that we all say we need to have? End of my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. But I do want to say, on behalf of the committee, I heard some very good arguments for and against, and with you, but I also heard that people felt like this was incredibly complicated, and wanted to spend a little bit more time on it, just like we spent a lot of time on trying to figure out these states and then had to. So I think in fairness to the committee and listening to some of the arguments, I think you all have made very, very good points about this.
And I would like to acknowledge, I agree with many of the comments that are made. I think that there are issues that need to be addressed with respect to ranked choice voting, which is why I want to force the discussion, but I did not mean to suggest that I thought anybody's comments were cavalier or that the issue was somehow simple.
Madam Chair. Just to...
We have Stu and then Louis, I think. And
David, given what you just said, and also given what the likelihood of a vote may be, would you consider withdrawing your proposal, your amendment, so we also don't send a signal by voting it down?
I would consider withdrawing it if, as a side effect of that, we were going to take it up in connection with the regulations. I'm worried about simply withdrawing this and then it becomes, we'll take this up again in 2026 or whatever, because there's just a high tendency for that to happen. But I'm not committed to doing this. I'm committed to having a discussion and giving guidance. That's what people need. So.
Okay, Louis, then Ms. Swank.
So I may be crazy, but what I've heard around the table is that there's not a sentiment to foreclose this right now. There is a sentiment for guardrails, but there's a lot of people who don't think that this actually provided the guardrails. I mean, you worked really hard on this, David, but there's not a sentiment. When I saw it again, I'm like, I don't think it did what you intended it to do. So I think frankly you're right that for people who are watching this, and this is what I worry about, that this upcoming vote is not intended to have people view this as throwing away their vote. That's what chills me. This is about trying to figure out what the appropriate guardrails are if a state has done this. And I think that that's what I've heard around the table. And I don't know, I don't want to off the cuff try to figure out a motion to do that. But I think that maybe, sometime today, maybe somebody from the DNC could say that, say we don't vote on this right now. Say we just go to the next resolution right now. And that maybe there is a motion that we could come up with that says that there will be either guardrails in regulations or otherwise. And that may be the way to solve this. Because my concern is people watching this and saying we are trying to do some limitation, when I think what we're trying to do is create more enfranchisement and get people really involved and engaged in a primary process, including early voting.
Madam Chair, Luis Heredia, Arizona. My plea is exactly what Stuart just brought up, David, is the request for you to withdraw, just because the signal that this vote could portray is something that we will not want to project, I guess. I mean, I struggle with ranked choice voting in multiple ways, more on the process that state parties take to actually assign delegates and get them elected in the process, because this then gets confusing, not only on the preference of the voter, but also on the pattern of electing these delegates that run uncontested slates and so on. So I think this needs much further conversation. And if the rule right now doesn't prevent us, doesn't prohibit it or still leaves the flexibility, I would rather continue with the status quo, even though it is silent, than to send a message that we are not open for other creative methods of selection. So my biggest problem with this is there are creative ways to get more representation. I don't think it is unfair to say it's a wasted vote, but it is about giving people, like if you're in a late state and you already early voted and there are like campaigns that fizzle out even before that, then there is a sense of like, I should have. And it's just a question for the voter, I think, and especially in later states. But I do want to have this committee to actually face the music in a way that is much more thorough. And maybe it is in the regulations that there is guidance, or there is guidance in states that inquire about ranked choice voting. But if we make this vote, I just plead to you to withdraw, because it's going to send the wrong signal. And I want to have a much more facing the committee in September that this committee says that we're still open, but we might send the wrong signal to the committee of the whole.
Mr. McDonald?
Yeah. If I could request that we postpone the vote on this until after lunch, so that I can follow up on Randy's suggestion to see if there is a substitute motion that might work. Otherwise, if there isn't, then I am inclined to withdraw it for the reasons stated. But I really would like to see what kind of consensus we can reach that we need to address and provide some guidance at an appropriate time.
So I don't think we want to redo this debate entirely after lunch. I can see you may want to chat with some people. I'm going to point out that if we do nothing, if you withdraw this and we do nothing else, including we don't add the or final language even, nothing prevents us from trying to further clarify this rule in the regulations. So to me, that's the more appropriate time to put this off to. But if you would like the chance to have some informal discussion and come back here for basically either you withdraw or we take an up or down vote, we can do that.
So let me clarify with the co-chairs. If I withdraw this, but over lunch somehow or another a consensus was reached, it would still be possible to do something with respect to these rules if we chose to, but if it was without debate, because we don't really want to have another debate. I'm fine with the concept that we don't really want to continue to beat a horse that may well have died before the meeting started as a practical matter, much less during the meeting. And I'm also,
well,
let me just,
what that would mean is that we will not take a vote on the rules as a whole before lunch, because we won't have completed our work. That's what that comes down to.
If that is acceptable to the chairs, I would be happy to withdraw this proposed amendment at this point to either have further discussion, further informal discussion with a consensus substitute motion, or simply vote on the rules as a whole. I won't raise the issue again for discussion in the public meeting. I understand that consensus. I won't consume more committee time. No.
So I think the advantage to an in-person meeting is the opportunity to have informal discussions as we go along. So while you can hear the reluctance in my voice to sort of drag things out, it seems to me waiting till after lunch is probably the better part of discretion here.
And why don't we do this, Helen, for the sake of the committee, will you clarify exactly where we are so that people will have firm understanding?
You have as the pending motion the adoption of what you see on this screen as the red language, okay? And you have had as a debate the possibility of what you see there, the or final. That has not been made as a motion, and therefore is not a pending motion. The only thing pending is what you see as the red language. The chair has indicated a desire to have the entire package adopted before the lunch break. that had been the plan. Okay. You have heard a colloquy about withdrawal, okay? If you were to adopt this whole package as amended, which would be your final motion before lunch, one would assume that following the great example of the members of the United States Senate, Mr. McDonnell would have voted yes on the adoption of the full package as amended, and would therefore be in a position, if he got what he wanted during the lunch period, to move to reconsider and then make his motion. So you folks could have your cake and eat it too, that way. But that is entirely up to y'all.
See, this is what happens when you get schooled in public by the parliamentarian as opposed to in private.
Spoken by you as a parliamentarian, so yeah. Okay. I think we have a path there. You're going to withdraw your language, your amendment. We are going to move forward on the remainder of the rules and vote on them. And after lunch, we will see whether you move to reconsider or not.
Yes, I will withdraw the proposed amendment at this point, and I intend to vote yes on the package as a whole, and we'll see where we are this afternoon. Thank you for everybody's consideration and patience on this.
Thanks to everybody, and
the
thank you,
detail.
Helen, especially.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Jim, it's back to you.
Okay, thank you. Let us move on and see what other rules people would like to discuss.
Oh, yes, we do have Rule 21.
Yes, we do. Is there anything, but any rule other than 21 that people would like to discuss? Elaine?
What did we do with, bonus delegates are in the call, right?
Yes.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Oh, so we'll discuss those when we get to the call.
Okay. All right, hearing none, Mr. Martin, would you like to speak to Rule 21?
I'm going to
Sorry
turn
if
it
I
over to Mo
took
to
you by
speak to Rule
surprise.
21, but what I would say, Mr. Chair, is that I do think we need to just resolve any of the conversation we had about this, because it seems like we didn't come to a conclusion as to whether or not this, in its current form, met our expectations and was stringent enough in providing the type of guardrails we need to ensure that our candidates and parties comply with the provisions within our rules here. And particularly, this is particularly important if we are going to make changes to the calendar, which is still a question mark, but if we are going to make changes, we need to ensure that people are prepared to comply with whatever changes that we put in place. And so I think it merits a conversation at this time, and maybe what we have is enough, but based on my recollection of past and prior conversations on this, we did not resolve this issue.
And do you have a suggestion for a specific modification of Rule 21?
Well, we had talked, I don't know how much of this I want to discuss here. We had talked about, the fact that so much of this is on state parties, and we have really done nothing to talk about the candidate obligations to comply here as well. And there were some ideas that were put on the table in prior discussions that we sort of punted down the road because we were going to get more information on that, i.e. whether or not the DNC could, for instance, prohibit candidates who are campaigning in unallowed states or unsanctioned states from participating in debates, as an example, right? Not that's just one idea that was put on the table. But again, what are we doing to make sure that this is as tight as possible, both on the state side and the candidate side, so there's no wiggle room or disagreement or any challenge down the road or confusion on the part of candidates and state parties, that if they decide to move against the Rules and Bylaws Committee into this window, that they're very clear about the repercussions of what that would mean. And we're very clear about enforcing and taking those enforcement actions to ensure that whatever decision we make here after the midterms in fact stands. I don't have a suggestion, only to say that we started this conversation, we never ended it. If what you're saying is we have ended it by not taking this back up, I'm fine with that. If this committee believes that what we have on paper is strong enough and gives us the ability to take action against candidates or state parties who move against the decisions we make, I'm fine with that. I don't have any prescriptive solution, only to say I don't believe we ever resolve that as a committee.
So the historical precedent that we have from 2008 is that candidates that campaigned in states who were conducting a process outside the window were informed that any delegates they got in that state would not be credentialed for the convention. This rule is essentially what was used to impose that sanction. At the time, at least in my recollection, and anyone else who was involved, please correct me if I misremember, it was felt that this rule didn't need to be amplified because although it appeared to be a sanction on the states in writing, in practice, it was a sanction on the candidates because it meant they didn't get delegates from those states. So, to my thinking, that is a sufficient tool to use with the candidates, but I'm open to education on that. As far as other sorts of sanctions, or you might say intermediate sanctions, like not participating in debates, the problem there is that this committee doesn't determine who participates in debates. That at least historically has been within the discretion of the national chair. So what that highlights is there may be other sanctions of that sort that are not part of the rules process, but that are imposed by the DNC. Ken?
And I didn't want to suggest that that was the solution that I was recommending. It was just an idea that was raised.
That just indicates a variety of things that could be done, can be done by the DNC, by the authority that the chair has, or for that matter, could be done by the DNC in some other resolution of some sort.
I just want to reflect, and I think this committee would acknowledge this, that we've had several states already say that they don't care what the Rules and Bylaws Committee decides on this. They're going to move anyways. And they also don't care if they're stripped of their delegates. And a question I'm asking this body is Rule 21 sufficient enough to give us the authority to move this forward, and do we need more punitive actions here at this point? I'm not suggesting we do. I only want to raise this because I can see the train wreck ahead of us when we make this decision. And we've put a lot of time and energy into making this decision, and I want to make sure that our rules back up whatever decision this illustrious committee comes to.
So I will say, having been through this process a number of times, I have never seen a cycle in which we did not have states saying we're going to do whatever we want to do, whatever the Rules and Bylaws Committee thinks or whatever even the full DNC thinks. When we get down to it, it's a very small number of states that actually follow through with that. And frankly, the one dependable one, when Bill Gardner was still Secretary of State in New Hampshire, was that it was very clear there was a mechanism that was about to move outside our determined pre-window if their state law requirements were not met. Now, their state law requirements were met so that we didn't have to confront that. But that may or may not be the case this time. So I think I'm not going to reiterate sort of my take on this until we hear from others. But
I think Mo passes.
yes.
Just wondering if we can project Rule C 1B, which is the part that talks about what we're talking about here. Yeah, thank you very much.
There we go.
Thanks, and I will maybe reiterate a little bit of what Ken said. I think this is an important conversation for us to have and start to bring a little bit more clarity to, even before we set the calendar, because I think they should almost be decoupled, right? That the decisions on which states we put in the window and the decision on how to enforce the calendar should not be contingent upon one another too much. I share Ken's concern, and while, Mr. Chair, I agree, we hear it often, I do feel like this time it's a little bit different because of some of the states, where some of the decisions that are before us when it comes to the calendar. Seeing in the press repeatedly from several states that are in the process that they don't care about the decision we make, they're going to do what they're going to do. One, I would hope that they would realize that that's not a way to actually win us over as a committee, and that it probably could backfire to some extent. But separate from that, it does remind me of 2008, and I was looking at it, many of you were here from the RBC side, I was looking at it from the campaign side. It wasn't the stripping of delegates that kept a lot of the campaigns out of those states. It was that the 4 sanctioned states put a pledge in front of the campaigns, demanded that they sign it or face the wrath of the voters in their states. And so the candidates who, as you know, Elaine reminds us this all the time, that the states in the early window, it's really not about the delegate math, it's about the momentum. That the candidates all felt the concern about the negative momentum that they could face in the early states if they violated this, or if they chose not to even sign the pledge. I say that, and that was something that I think the 4 early states concocted on their own. Like, my understanding is that wasn't the DNC had no hand in that, but it just shows that there are other pressures that are unrelated to the delegate math that can be very impactful, and it shows that, once again, that it comes down to the candidates more than the states when it comes to enforcement. And so I am hopeful that we can be creative, and if that means just coming up with some sort of a resolution or something, a statement of principle or values or recommendations to the DNC chair of some things that he can consider or might want to consider, like debates. Obviously, we can't mandate that. But if we can make recommendations saying that we as a body, we're going to do our part within the rules when it comes to the delegate selection, the delegate math, and in enforcing this, but that we as a principle want to make sure our candidates are living up to this as well. I think that's something that we should consider doing, and that we should put that out there before or at the same time that we put the calendar out there. I think it is important because once the calendar is out there, if there are changes to the way things have been done, this will begin, right? The cascading effect of states starting to jump and do whatever, it's going to begin. And I think it is important for everybody to see what some of those incentives and disincentives could be beyond just the delegate math, because some of those states that are going to jump don't care about the delegate math. And so I think it is important that we at least put out there some of the things that candidates might have to face should they not adhere to this calendar. So happy to have this conversation formally, informally, but I do hope that we can come up with something before or around the same time that we vote on a calendar.
Mr. McDowell?
I apologize if this question has been addressed while I was catching up on my email, but my proxy has asked me a couple of questions that I just want to get clarification from the committee. Why can't we put the debate sanction into the rules and give the chair the backup that the chair could do that if the chair wanted to under our rules? I'm not advocating, I'm just asking for the explanation so that it'll be clear. And second, can we define campaigning as putting your name on the ballot or allowing your name to stay on the ballot so that we have an objective standard? Thanks.
So what I was looking at a few minutes ago was just the definition of campaigning, which I think even with the evolution over the last 12 or 14 years of electronic campaigning pretty well covers what campaigns activity is with regard to campaigning. I think we could, I think we want to stay out of our trying to put a limit on something that we don't actually control, which is the debate structure. The debates, by the way, are under assault right now anyway from the Republicans, who basically have attacked the fundamental structure, saying that they no longer consider the commission legitimate. So to wade into that seems to me a mistake for us as a committee. I think we could consider putting something in this section that says the national chair shall take appropriate steps to enforce this rule, something like that. We don't control the debate structure, but we do have the power to recommend to the full DNC that they adopt an instruction to the national chair to find ways to enforce this rule. So if somebody wanted to move that, they could do it.
Well, I'm certainly happy to move something that you have suggested, yes.
Why don't we hear from Frank first, and then we'll come back and see if
Oh, you're so cautious.
make that motion.
No,
Frank may have
Yeah,
Frank may persuade you of something different.
No. I'm on the same page on this one. I mean, I think you could add a sentence after the first sentence of section B there that says that that recognizes that the DNC chair has the right to take additional actions to enforce these rules. I don't have the exact language, but I think that makes sense. The other thing, to follow up on something Dave issued, is campaigning, unless I missed it, doesn't say includes placing your name on the ballot. Shouldn't that be included in that definition of what campaigning is? Now, in some states, the Secretary of State does it without your... Yeah, or allowing it to remain. I mean, in Virginia, you have to collect 5,000 signatures to get it on there, so that's something you actually have to do. And it seems to me that that would be, now, it may be that the timing is such that that's a problem, but I think we should consider adding that specific language to the campaigning definition.
So we have two ideas in front of us. One is saying the national chair shall take appropriate steps to enforce these rules, and adding to the list of campaigning for purposes of the section, probably the very first thing is allowing the candidate's name to remain on the ballot.
I think Frank said on and off.
Said what now?
I think Frank said on that, Tom said on and off the ballot, because sometimes they have to come on.
To be placed on or remain on the ballot.
I'm sorry, just as a point of clarification, your suggestion would get placed where? I guess what I'm asking is.
I see.
I would prefer to see us take make it clear that any enforcement or sanctions, whatever word we want to use, that the chair could apply that either to states or candidates. I think it's important to specify that candidates might see additional sanctions, undefined as of now, if they campaign in these states.
So, I don't quite understand what you're proposing, though. I mean, what I think we're suggesting is that we require, not just authorize, but require the national chair to take steps to enforce these rules. What do you suggest?
I guess I just would, a lot of times when people think about the enforcement of these rules, they think about it in the context of the states, as Ken was saying earlier. I think it's important to say that there's also can be, that we might authorizing or requiring the chair take additional measures to enforce these rules with both states and/or candidates.
Okay, that's my reason for putting it in B here.
That's why I was asking
yes,
where you
definitely
would put it.
Here
Okay.
in B,
Okay.
so that it clearly applies to the campaign and thereby the candidates. That's right. Okay. All right. So, David, you said you were prepared to make a motion.
Yes, but I may want to add some language to what you proposed. So why don't we first, if we could, restate the motion that I had intended to make, just so I can see where it goes, and see if it's appropriate to add in the language that my proxy is requesting. So I understand we want to say that the national chair shall take steps to enforce the rule, but I'm not quite clear where you were having it, where you were inviting me to place it. Let me be proper here.
So my suggestion was to put that as basically the second sentence in B here.
So it would be an amendment, and I'm going to add in the language that I've been asked about. I propose to add into, as a second sentence of B, the national chair shall take appropriate action, including potentially considering participation in debates to support enforcement of this rule. And it's the including language that I've been asked to add. That was not part of what you had originally suggested. So.
Okay, so the including is beyond where I was going, but it's what you're proposing.
That's why I'm highlighting it for you. So.
All right, is there a second for that?
Just wanted to see the wording one more time.
Did you say may or shall?
Shall.
Your language is including what?
Sorry, let me get it back up here. My thumb is not working now today. Including adjusting debate participation. Adjusting is not a great word, but
What I think you're proposing is adjusting debate participation, comma, to enforce these rules, period.
let me say before you ask for a second, I would be amenable to putting the word potentially, including potentially adjusting debate participation so that it's not a prescriptive directive, but it is saying you need to consider doing this and it is a risk for a candidate.
The problem I have with that is that it inserts us explicitly into the structure of the debates. And that troubles me just because we've never been there, but also because the whole debate world is very complicated at this point. I would expect the national chair to include debate participation in their consideration. But our wading into it in these rules, I find problematic.
In the event that this motion dies for lack of a second, I would like to make a second motion. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Dowdell.
I guess it goes back to my other question from an earlier, the earlier amendment. Does the problem exist? So are we correcting for a problem that exists or one that we anticipate will exist? How big of an issue is this, and doesn't the chair already have the authority? As I'm understanding, Madam Chair and Mr. Chair, that you've said that the national chair has the authority to make those adjustments or changes or to the debate schedule or plan. I don't know if this is additive per se. It's just confusing to me what the purpose is.
Sorry, it's very clear that the national chair has that authority. This is instructing the national chair to use that authority for enforcement of these rules. I'm not advocating one way or another as to whether we want to be instructing the national chair. I think we have the power, the full DNC, if they accept our recommendations, has the power to do that. But we may want to leave that open. That could go either way.
Mr. Chair, I also think, Joanne, back to Ken's where this originally started, I think Ken was forecasting Florida and Michigan all over again, and the potential problems that we had.
Yeah, so what I would say is that problem is not in front of us right now.
Yeah.
We have a few states who have suggested that they might create that problem. We know that has happened in the past.
Yeah.
So that's sort of where we are, I think. We have if you go to, can't remember if it's theology or philosophy, we have a potential being out there, but it is not yet an actual being. But we know that that potential being has at times been created in the past.
So
That's
I guess I
philosophy,
would,
not theology.
Philosophy. Thank you. Okay. In my high school religion courses, they kind of mix the two. So
I guess continuing with my question though, just as a matter of procedure, is this do we want to be instructing the national chair that he or she has the authority, to use his or her authority, when that should be obvious that they can do that? Does it need to be stated?
good question. I'm not going to answer it, but it's a good question.
I guess my thinking on that question is, it's not that I want to be instructing the national chair to do something, as much as I want it to be clear that this body is the protector of the calendar, right? We are the ones who set the calendar. We are the ones who set the rules to adhere to that calendar. And the only enforcement mechanism that we currently have targets delegates. And I would like to see us make a strong statement, the strongest statement we can within our purview, that the enforcement of this is going to be broad, and it's going to, and that candidates need to worry about this too. It's not
want to be
just the
clear to
states.
the candidates
To the candidates.
that
Thank
there,
you.
that there are other things that will come down on them.
You said
rather
it-
than some things that they might just say, who cares?
It is, thank you. You said it much better than I did. But I think that is absolutely important. So however we can do that within our purview, I think we should.
We have,
I think we have Fowler, then Daughtry, then McDowell.
okay. Ms. Fowler?
I have some familiarity with this rule, and both in its, in its creation and in its enforcement. And I don't have any objection to this language, but I do think we ought to be mindful that the DNC chair is not going to want to enforce something on someone who may end up being the nominee of the party. I think that the more of this, if this is not enough, if we want to strengthen the enforcement, the more of that strengthening that can fall on the Rules and Bylaws Committee instead of on the DNC chair, the better. Just because I'm thinking that the DNC chair is going to avoid any of this if he or she possibly can. And you haven't lived until you get reporters in Florida calling you up and saying, how can you do this to us? So.
Ms. Daughtry?
So I think to Carol's point is exactly why we need to say this, because we are a political body and the chair will be under immense pressure, and as much of power as we assume to ourselves, the fact is the RVC is not going to take people's delegates or whatever the other mechanism. It falls to the responsibility of the national chair to really enforce the rules of the Democratic Party. And to the extent we remove the discretion, the chair has less to say, well, this one I like, this one I don't like, this one I feel like this is going to have a fallout, this one's not going to have a fallout. The chair is constrained. And it reminds me of the debate we had about attendance at the DNC, and we made the rule, you miss 3 consecutive meetings, you are deemed to have resigned, so that there is no chair saying, well, it's a donor, the rule is the rule. And I think in many ways this protects the chair. And the chair says, look, I got rules, I have to enforce the rules, and the rules say you can't, that I must do A, B, and C, and so it allows the chair to play more on a level playing field. With leaving the chair discretion, I think gets the chair in more trouble than the chair wants.
Ms. Darnell?
Okay, that was a really interesting point, Leah. Thank you for that clarification. So I guess since this is about enforcement, could it be that we say may not receive pledged delegates or delegate votes from that state and/or debate participation? The national chair shall take appropriate action to enforce these rules.
Can you repeat that, Tony? I'm sorry.
So to say, and that third line, date that violates the timing provisions of these rules may not receive pledged delegates or delegate votes from that state or debate participation, period. The national chair shall take appropriate action to enforce these rules. Because then that says the national chair shall take appropriate action to enforce these rules, but we've set what those enforcement actions may be.
I would agree with all of that, except I'm with Jim, and having been one of the people who planned the debates before, there are so many factors that go into setting up debates, including negotiations with the networks. There's much that the DNC controls, but there's much that the DNC does not control. And so I would just eliminate the language about
the debates.
So you'd say, keep the appropriate, shall take appropriate action language, don't specifically refer to debates.
Right.
Because, for
I would
example,
agree
what
with
if the
that.
networks say, we'll only carry them if you put all the candidates in?
I would agree with
I
that.
think the DNC's got to have that leeway.
Okay. Okay, who was first?
I agree with Leah, and it's nice being able to say that often. I agree with Leah. And, like the chair already has this authority, but now I think what we're also doing is we're handcuffing his ability to solve these issues politically. And so I'd prefer not seeing the language added about debates.
Okay, who else? Frank? Okay, Mr. Leone?
Yeah, just to move this along, so I think there's a motion pending that didn't have a second that had the debate language. Maybe we could ask for a second, and if there's not a second, then we can discuss it without the debate language, which is what I would like, and I think other people would like to see. I would yield to Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Chair, the reason I asked for the yield is I may withdraw that section of the motion, but I want to ask a question first. I understand from the discussion that the national chair has the authority to come up with guidance or whatever he or she chooses is appropriate in connection with the debates. But I want to be clear that if the national chair were to say to a candidate, you have broken our timing rules by campaigning in a state, I'm not going to let you participate in the debate, that we would not be creating a situation where the chair is vulnerable to, that's unfair, nobody ever considered that, I got no notice of that, so on and so forth. If we're comfortable that we're not creating a bad situation, I agree with everybody who said that the chair needs to have discretion because we can't be overly prescriptive about something as complicated as a presidential campaign. But
I think the spirit of what's trying to be accomplished here is the ability for the chair to say, the rules made me do whatever I'm doing, okay? What we're also hearing, though, is don't be overly prescriptive because the chair has to take lots of factors into account. Okay. So that question being answered, are you prepared to go another step?
Well, we have Ken, yes, we have Ken and then Carol again.
Unless this is withdrawn.
Well, I guess maybe I would modify the proposal to say, which may include adjusting debate participation, because I still am somewhat concerned that if it's just a complete surprise when the chair does it, we get into the contentious arguments that we've had in the past, that it's the chair being heavy-handed about excluding somebody, but take out the word potentially, but just say.
You can't adjust it yet because he hasn't changed what he did. Let's look at what's on the screen now and see if this is a modification of your motion.
And then I yield the microphone because I got it for a limited purpose. Don't want to interrupt the flow of debate, but I think that might be a better approach to what I was trying to do.
Okay. All right, so we have on the screen, basically you're withdrawing your original motion. Yes, Helen?
Based on my notes, this is where you folks are. Mr. McDonald made the motion that is pretty close to what you're looking at right now, okay? It didn't, I think that is in fact it. It did not receive an articulated second, but 4 people then talked in favor of it, okay? So that constituted a second, okay? Then, as a result of your debate, there comes a clear amendment between Ms. Dowdell and Ms. Daughtry, which in fact received an articulated second, to remove the references to debate. In the original motion from Mr. McDonald. Okay, so in a parliamentary sense, y'all can either get there without objection, having the chair restate it as it would be after the Daughtry-Dowdell amendment, which would be the national chair shall take appropriate action to enforce these rules. Or y'all can process it by 2 votes. One, the first vote being to remove the references to debate participation, and that either is adopted or not, and then whatever is left.
Whatever remains.
Yes, sir. So I think it's, how do y'all want to get there?
So to clarify my position, I was referring to that first line that says, may not receive pledged delegates or delegate votes, or there was a line in there about debate participation from the period, and then there was the next sentence about the national chair. I did not want to support the debate petition being part explicitly stated in the previous sentence.
And I agreed with that.
Right. This sentence as it is now, I could possibly support.
And we'll see, and we'll find out in just a minute. All right. So, Helen, all right, do we have, Ken, did you want to speak for, and Carol?
Am I speaking to this, or can I want to raise a different point.
You want to raise a different question?
Well, I want to go back to the previous sentence, and I don't know if this actually ties the hands of this committee. And so I'm just going to throw it out there. It's a first draft. Accept it for what it is. This may not be thought out well, but the word may versus shall. We have some power here if we're more definitive by changing it from may to shall. And they shall not receive delegates. The may leaves an ambiguity, leaves an opening for them to consider that maybe this committee's mind would be changed at a later date, or the DNC chair would make a decision at a later date. Do you want to come back to that?
I understand. Let's come back to it.
Okay.
I understand how it's related, but let's come back to it.
Sure.
I actually think shall is what was intended here, so I think that's going to be an easy vote when we get to it. Okay. Carol, did you?
Oh, I think somebody else said what I was going to say, but I do think that if we are trying to strengthen this, then leaving the suggested piece about debate participation in there, it doesn't say they have to do this, but it's a threat to candidates, which is what we are trying to do here, is keep the candidates from going to those states who are violating our rules. And threatening debate participation is a pretty good threat, even if it never gets enforced.
Okay. I think, Frank, you had your hand up.
There should be a comma after action if we keep it, but I was just going to go ahead and move to delete the clause which may include adjusting debate participation for the reasons that the chair stated earlier. I don't know, we've never talked about debates as part of rules and bylaws. I don't think we should. If other people disagree, then that's fine, but maybe we should just vote on that and then we can move on. So my motion would be to delete the reference to debate participation.
So Helen, Frank is is making what's Frank doing here?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Daughtry corrected me. She has clearly indicated that the colloquy between herself and Ms. Dowdell had only to do with an addition to sentence number 1. So that left you with only the first motion, which appears here in yellow, the motion originally made by Mr. McDonald on the basis of his communication with Mr. Spate. That's to whom he has been referring as his proxy. He holds Mr. Spate's proxy, okay? So now you have Mr. Leone clearly making the motion to strike the phrase, which may include adjusting debate participation, from the first motion that was made at 11:19 this morning. And he has not yet received a second. So now you would process what I erroneously thought you were at already as the result of Ms. Daughtry's conversation.
So the question before us is there a second for Mr. Leone's motion to amend Mr. McDonald's motion by striking, which may include adjusting debate participation?
Yes, sir.
Seconded, Mr. Chairman.
All right, there is a second. I think we have discussed this pretty thoroughly. Any further discussion? Let's vote then on Mr. Leone's motion to strike that language. All those in favor of striking, which may include adjusting debate participation, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Pardon me? No and no from a proxy. I'm going to ask for a show of hands on that. Those who voted aye, please raise your hand and keep it up. If you have a proxy, raise 2 hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What do you get?
16.
Yes. All right. You please put your hands down. 16 votes yes. Those who voted no, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10.
I'd like to abstain.
Yes. So it is, you may put your hands down. It's 10 no. So that language is stricken from the amendment, right, Helen? And now the amendment reads, as shown on the screen, the national chair shall take appropriate action to enforce these rules. Ken, are you voting or are you commenting? All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. The chair is not in doubt. The ayes have it. And the rule is amended as shown on the screen.
And I'd like to abstain.
Yes. Now, we've had a proposal that would now be appropriate for a motion to change in the first sentence the word may not receive pledged delegates to shall not receive pledged delegates. Mr. Martin, is that your motion? Is there a second? Second. There is a second from Ms. McGarrick. Any further discussion with regard to that? Frank?
In 2008, the committee took away the delegates and then it gave back half the delegates and then it gave back all the delegates, if I understand it correctly. Does this change that sort of scenario?
The committee took away the delegates. The rest of the campaign was conducted on that basis. At the time of the convention restored the delegates. That has a lot of precedent in history. That there were other penalties associated with it, including seating on the floor and hotels and so on. that was too late to ameliorate by the time of the convention. So that's how it
But would this change affect that kind of a scenario? In other words, we could do the same thing we did in 2008 under this change, or does this say that once we take away the delegates, they can never be restored?
The convention is the ultimate authority. The DNC itself, let alone this committee, cannot overrule that.
And can I just say?
Ms. Kmark?
Yeah, can I just say to that the important question is the count. That's the important question. So as long as you've taken away the delegates, as the race is ongoing, then that single action determined that Obama had this nomination locked, and Hillary was out of the race several days later. Once that happens, right, it doesn't really matter if you put back the delegates when you get to the convention, because you have chosen the nominee.
Exactly. So putting back the delegates gave the effect of giving those delegates access to the floor.
Yeah.
It didn't affect the nomination.
At that point, it wasn't, I mean, if the nomination fight continued into the convention, then that would be a test vote at the convention and would not have happened that way.
And
So
we've had, even in the modern era, we have had it going all the way into the convention. I mean, Senator Kennedy did not withdraw until during the convention. Because I delivered his withdrawal to the podium. That still didn't change the outcome, but technically it did go all that way. So that's when it could matter, except that it didn't matter. By the time you get into the convention itself, technically things could change, but in the modern era, they never have.
No, they never have. But you know, in any contested convention, there's a test vote. So what happened in 1980, as some of us have burned into our experience, right? What happened in 1980 was there was one test vote. It was on the delegate binding rule. Once that was over, it was over. So
let me just explain for folks who are watching. By a test vote, you mean there is a vote that comes before the convention on some rule where one candidate's on one side and one's on the other, and whichever one prevails on that rule vote, you now know what vote they will have on the roll call.
Yeah, because it's a proxy for the roll call, really, and that tends to end it. So, you know, this stuff, I mean, whatever you do at the convention, if it's a settled nomination, doesn't matter. You know, and the precedent for restoring delegates is really a way to make peace for the general election.
So the often cited outcome that, well, they get their delegates back at the end, actually does not vitiate everything that we're doing here.
If I can just, if this rule had been in existence, if the shall had been in existence in '08, then the whole Florida-Michigan debate would never have happened because their delegates would not have been up for debate, right? Because they would not have been part of the calculation. We would not have had to decide what to do with Florida or Michigan delegates if there had been a shall. But because it was a may, then the Rules Committee had to have the May 31st meeting where we decided what to do with the Florida and Michigan delegates because they were part of the equation. So the shall makes a difference, and it takes the discretion from this committee. And if the convention wants to restore, then that's after the nomination has been decided.
I want to agree with everything Leah said, but two things. One, I want to make sure that there's some conforming changes, that any other references to delegates, I believe there's another section where it applies to the state parties, that if they move into this window, they would be stripped of delegates, that we would apply the same standard there. It moves from a may to a shall. And two, I just want to reflect for a moment, because while I appreciate what Elaine said, if there's no consequence at all, and the convention is just going to seat the delegates anyways, that's what the states are banking on, right? If there's no consequence to bad behavior, they're banking on, well, we can do this, and we'll be stripped temporarily of our delegates. It's not really going to matter because they're still going to be seated by the convention, and we're going to be able to go to the convention, have all the fun. You know, we have to remove the ambiguity here. There has to be a consequence. If there's a consequence in name only, is it really a consequence? My wife used to tell me when my boys were little, listen, you can't tell them you're going to take away their toy and then not take away their toy. Because then you're just going to keep encouraging bad behavior. I guess I'm asking this committee, if we're serious about actually enforcement here, we have to be serious about it and not leave any opening for a state then to come back to the convention and say, we should be seated now. And I know you can't bind the hands of the convention, but we should find a way to make this as airtight as possible so that the convention has no other solution other than what this committee has decided as an enforcement mechanism, which is if you are a state and you take the risk of moving into this early state window, no, you're not going to be allowed at the convention. We don't care what the convention says. We don't care what the nominee said. I think we have to be that firm here. Otherwise, this is an enforcement without an enforcement, and it's all meaningless.
So I think what Elaine is pointing out to us is that in reality, all the effects of what you're proposing, being absolute, does take place. And I do agree that I think your motion should be modified to change the word may to shall wherever it appears with regard to enforcement of these rules. And you accept that, I assume. The one thing we can't do is say we don't care what the convention says, because the convention is the ultimate authority. The DNC could shut down the convention, and the convention, that's the only way you could do it, is to shut down the convention. Then they can't change the rules. But as long as you have a convention, they can overrule whatever the DNC and thereby whatever this committee has recommended has done. So I can't quite go that far, but I think by changing to shall, we're getting it. Oddly enough, you wouldn't think one word change would matter, but we're actually making clear that there is no discretion in here. The rules will be enforced. Okay. Stuart and then Carol.
What I see happening with the use of shall and then allowing a state to have delegates is really that the state will no longer have a role in the determination of who the nominee will be. And after that determination is, for all purposes, made, then we begin the process of unifying the party again and wanting the delegates from that state to be participating in the convention.
That is both what this is about and what happens. Carol?
Have we actually passed this change? Because what I want to ask comes after.
We passed the language, the national chair shall take appropriate action to enforce these rules. We've not yet passed the change of the word may to shall.
Okay, well, let's change may to shall, and then I have a question.
Okay. Yes, Tonio.
Yeah, to Stuart's point, I've been at many conventions where we didn't seat delegations and we weren't able to unify the convention. So having the ability to unify at the end has to be a very important factor of whatever we do here.
And I agree with you on that, but what's more, I don't think there's anything we could do about it anyway. The convention was going to decide that.
No, well, that's why I'm saying leaving that leeway to the convention makes it clear. I think we have to be clear that the convention that is the ultimate decider.
Yes. Let's have her clarify.
This is a question of clarification from your parliamentarian. Mr. Martin has asked he said, a conforming amendment. I believe what he meant, and he needs to correct me, as Ms. Daughtry had, is that as to Rule 21, he wants every instance of may to be turned into shall, okay? You clearly have sort of debated that, so there's some question in my mind as to whether or not he received a second to that. you clearly had a motion and a second to change that particular may to a shall. And you have been debating that as well at the same time. So you need to be clear whether you are doing it only the one time in Rule B, Subpart B, or whether you intend to take it as a conforming amendment throughout Rule 21 and change every one of the discretionaries to a shall.
Madam Chair, and let me be clear that my conforming amendment only related it was in relation to instances where there was a conversation in Rule 21 about stripping delegates. There's at least one other instance in here, and that's as it relates to state parties. Specifically, it talks about presidential candidates losing delegates, and there's another section, I believe, that says if state parties move into this window, they may lose delegates. So I just want that to be consistent, that they shall. I haven't reviewed all the other mays within Rule 21 to suggest that we should change those to shalls. So I just want this to be very consistent, that this is as it pertains to the loss of pledged delegates from, and in any other delegates from the states, that it's consistent to the state parties and the candidates, wherever that's applied within this provision. I guess I could look through it, but I don't want to be so overly general that we change every may to shall, because there may be a reason that it's not.
So to be fair to the members of this committee who will need to vote, it would be best if you would specify which subsections you believe should be changed to conform to this. In the meantime, the one as to which there is clearly a motion and a second is the one that remains before you on the screen.
So, Ken, you're talking about shall whenever it's used with regard to the timing rule. So essentially, it's whenever it's used in 1B. While you're looking for that, let me just comment. The language of this rule, is, as counsel has just pointed out to me, is a presidential candidate who campaigns in a state where the party is in violation of the timing provisions of these rules. If there should be a situation where a party has been granted a waiver, they are then in compliance with these rules. So that keeps it within the purview of this committee to decide the meaning of the penalty here. We wouldn't want this to be read that we wanted to give a waiver, but it was mandatory. We already made it mandatory that they lose their delegates. I don't think we need to take any action for that. I just wanted to be clear on the record that this doesn't stop us from granting waivers if we think there is good reason for that.
And Mr. Chair, I would just say that as I've looked through this provision now in total, it's bizarre because in all the other sections, it does say shall. The only section it says may is this section that we're amending. And so I guess I would withdraw my ask for a conforming change here and just keep it to this amendment here. That's the only place where it's not consistent.
And therefore, thereby, it will now be consistent if this passes. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of substituting the word shall for the word may in the first sentence of section C1B, please raise your hand. Is that two hands, Mr. McDonald? Yeah. All those opposed, please raise your hand. It appears to be among those present and voting unanimous.
And one abstention.
One abstention, okay. All right, please record one abstention. All right, so we have dealt with that. Any other rules anyone would like to discuss? Mr. McDonald.
I'm actually returning to, I think there were two motions you invited me to make, and we dealt with one of them. I'd like to move to add into the definition of campaigning that appears kind of at the edge of the screen now. The screen has gone off to the left, but campaigning for purposes of this action includes, but it's not limited to. I would insert after the not limited to, placing the candidate's name on the ballot or allowing it to remain on the ballot, comma.
Is there a second? Second by Ms. Kmark. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say it. Pardon me? Yes, Parliament. Yeah. So the parliamentarian has pointed out to me, and I concur, that a candidate could have a state law situation where it's not up to them whether they remain on the ballot or not. I think the intention of use of the word allow here is to say, take the steps to be removed, but if there are no steps, then you can't be penalized. But Mr. McDonald, do you have a solution to this?
No, what I was going to say is the use of the word placing requires an action by the candidate, and the use of allowing, I think we all understand after January 6th the difference between inaction when you should have acted and simply being forced to do something. And allowing, to me, means you had the option to withdraw it, but you chose not to.
But if you didn't have the option to withdraw,
yeah.
then you
have not given permission. If the state put it on and you had no option, you had nothing you could do. It's the same thing as when we deal with states that have laws that disagree with our rules passed by Republican legislatures, and what we say is, if you've done everything you could, okay, but if you haven't done everything you could, you'll be subject to sanction. I take the word allowing to mean you've done everything you could to get it off, but if you can't take it off, there's not much we can do about it.
I think that's a useful record to make here. Okay. Mr. Applebaum?
Perhaps another way of saying it instead of allowing is to say, or failing to take action to remove it from the ballot.
I don't have an objection to that, so.
And the seconder accepts that? Failing to take action instead of allowing, failing to take action to remove from the ballot. Okay. I guess it's to be removed from the ballot. Okay. All right, so by the maker and the seconder of the motion, that is modified. Mr. Applebaum? To have removed from the ballot, you want it.
He's referring to candidate's name.
Candidate
Failing to
name
remove
the ballot.
it from-
Failing to remove it from the ballot, okay. Okay,
Okay.
all right. Any further discussion of this motion? All right, those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
One abstention.
And one, so we have, the ayes have it, but there is one abstention. Ms. Kmark.
Yeah, let me just say, maybe for the people watching this, that we just took perhaps the most significant actions the committee has ever taken to enforce the calendar rules. That the mere removal or non-seating of delegates has never been enough, okay? And we have now even though we didn't say specifically, you know, the party chairman should consider debates, it's in the legislative record here, and it's in people's heads. And the removal of the ballot, taking actions to remove from the ballot, sort of says to the candidates, okay, look, here's what we expect you to do. We expect you not only to not campaign, because let's face it, what's campaigning, what's not can be a little fuzzy, right? We expect you to get your name off the ballot or try to if it's a legal possibility. I just want to emphasize more for the people watching, and in the long history of this rule, which goes all the way back to the Winograd Commission, these are the most significant steps anybody has taken. Even though we haven't decided on the early states yet, okay, we at least now have some teeth in our rules, and I would congratulate the committee for that.
Any further discussion of this rule? All right, any further discussion of any other rule? I'll ask the parliamentarian. Yeah, so this is just what I was, here is the answer to my question before I even asked it. Okay. So we now need to adopt the delegate selection rules as amended by this committee at this meeting and prior meetings. We're recommending adoption to the DNC when we take this vote. And we're recommending the document that we have published today with Sorry, it is moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the adoption of this motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? There is an abstention. Ms. Dowdell abstains. I point out earlier, every time I said there's an abstention before, I meant to say Ms. Dowdell abstains, for the record. All right, I think we are ready to recess for lunch. Is there any objection to lunch? Okay, hearing none, go for
Approximately 1. Yeah. Oh, it's 12:30 now. Approximately 1:30.
Oh, 1:30. Okay, we will resume at approximately 1:30. Okay, thank you, everybody. A morning's work.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from your lunch. We're going to get started because I'm sure people are anxious to get into the second half of the agenda. Welcome, Jason. We missed you the first half. Well, most of the first half. So right now, the members, we're getting ready to go to the call to the convention. I'm sorry, Leo, okay. We will now move on to the discussion of the call for the convention. As with the delegate selection rules, we do not have any new proposals to suggest, but we do have some new documents. In your folders, you'll find Appendix B, the allocation of delegates and alternates, Appendix C, the allocation of pages, and Appendix D, the allocation of standing committee members. On Appendix D, there is a small correction. The allocation for Guam and the Virginia Islands show that they have bonus delegates. That will be corrected for the version that is sent to the DNC members. And with the call as recommended, but before I go any further, Ms. Didell had asked us to have a moment of personal privilege coming back.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the remarkable advances that President Biden and his administration have made with regards to really trying to stem inflation and this the purported slowdown of our economy. As you all know, they had 528,000 jobs in July, which beat expectations. Unemployment dropped to 3.5%. We have had over 50 days of continued reduction in gas prices. Mortgage rates have come down, and the Inflation Reduction Act finally had an agreement made, and it looks like that will be voted on this weekend. That would reduce our deficit by $300 billion, and $367 billion will be directed towards energy and climate change investments. I think one of the most important provisions is that now we will allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices, and that is going to bring a lot of relief to a lot of Americans. And with that, I yield back, but thank you so much. I think our president and the administration really deserve a round of applause, and congratulations for a job well done.
Mr. Chairman.
So, Ms. Dundell, I think we are all anticipating a positive vote tomorrow in the Senate. So things are, the outlook is brightening, let's put it that way. I just wanted to mention that the co-chairs have had a chance to talk during lunch, and we wanted to let the committee know that when we discuss regulations a few meetings from now, we will discuss regulations applying to the subject of second chance voting, I guess we'll call it. And we'll try to establish some guardrails around that, and the regulations may be an appropriate place to do that. So that's a discussion just that you should all know is coming up.
And thank you, Mr. McDonald, for the vigorous conversations we had earlier today that has led us to this point. Thank you so much, sir. So are there any sections that the members would like to discuss? Helen will maintain a list, as we know she's very proficient, and as we move through. Mr. Martin?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. I want to revisit an amendment that I brought forward several meetings back, Article 4, Section F, numeral 1. The ASDC offered up several amendments. This one was offered and then put on the table until you were able to collect additional information. It pertained to convention pages. And just as a reminder for the members here, what we had put in front of you was that we would move to allow for one additional page per each state's delegation, so that the base page number for every state would go from 2 to 3. And then, of course, you would provide for those additional pages as listed below. So this is, again, Article 4, Section F, numeral 1, and the amendment was presented at the last meeting. I'd like to...
Any discussion? Any others? Molly?
If I can speak to the reason why real quick, Chairwoman.
Yes.
So as I mentioned in the last meeting, you know, the workload on our delegations has increased quite significantly over the years. Not only the cost of the delegations or the cost of these conventions for delegations, but also all of the various expectations, the size of the delegations have increased over years. It's put on a lot more stress onto the state party staff. And as you know, these pages are really the only ones, in addition to the executive director, on the floor to be able to help manage with all the convention-related business. And so, again, I'm happy to pass this out or to send this around again, but this was put on the table 2 weeks ago. So that's it.
So we're going to try to have a little bit of a process here and go through the list and try to round back. Helen is going to keep us up to date. So if we can continue to go through some of the things that have been already pointed out, then thank you. So are there any other things people would like to discuss while Helen's pen is in her hand? So, I guess that's a no. So Molly, you have your hand up?
Molly McGurk, Delaware, with all due respect to my colleague from Minnesota, I'd be curious, Eileen, you probably know the size of our convention, or the size of the convention compared to the RNC. It seems like we continue to struggle to find cities. And as we have conversations around cities and places and wanting to send messages and go different places, my concern is we continue to add, and not to say that the work isn't important or it's challenging, but I just worry that we're putting more and more cities out of reach, and we're creating a convention delegation that's unwieldy and just becomes more of a challenge for the people that do the hard work of choosing the sites and figuring out how to run the convention.
Can I just speak to that, Madam Chair, if I could real quick? So I just had the pleasure of touring all 4 of our finalists for the National Convention with the National Site Selection Committee. Some folks here were on that with me. I will tell you, we're talking about adding 57 people, 57 additional people to this. We have 4,750 delegates, roughly, with delegates and alternates. Isn't that correct, Jason? Somewhere around there. Most of these arenas can handle that and more. I will tell you that much. And adding 57 people is not going to additional people to help state parties, which are desperately asking for this. This is not Ken Martin asking for this. This was unanimously adopted by our association. All state parties are asking for some help here. Conventions are a very heavy lift, and you know that as a former executive director. It's unfair to our state party staff and the state party chair to have to do all this work with little to no help. We're asking for one additional page to be able to provide greater assistance. I don't think it's going to make or break any of these convention sites to have 57 additional seats provided for delegates at the floor.
Yeah, let me second what Molly said. We are already twice as big as the Republican convention. And I understand only 57, but it's only 57, it's only 200, it's only, I mean, I really do not believe we should be in the business of adding anybody. I believe, in fact, if we do anything, we should start subtracting people It's too big. God forbid this convention ever has to do its actual job of nominating a president in a tight, contested way. It is unwieldy. You can't do this with 4,700 delegates. The other thing about the convention cities is it's really nice to go to a state that's a swing state. It's really nice to be able to go send your message out in the middle of a state that maybe you can flip from one side to the other. That's really hard as we're so limited. So I would say, I understand, I'm usually very deferential, as you saw before, to the wishes of the state chairs, but in this instance, I just think we're already packed. We're already packed, it's already enormous, and I would be against this and in favor of discussions, maybe not for now, but discussions in the future about how we shrink the size of the convention, so that if we ever have to have a real convention, we can actually have something that's deliberative.
Susie, yeah.
So I'm
Oh,
speaking,
and Tom.
Susan Swecker, Virginia, as a state party chair. And to me, I hear the arguments about it's too big already, but I also think that, what Ken said about the heavy lift that state parties have to put these things on, with, chairs changing over so quickly and EDs changing over. And I think this is just a small measure that you could do to say, we hear you, we value you, we understand the work that you're going through, so let's give you a little bit more help. I mean, if we want to talk about limiting the size, maybe go back and look at whether we eliminate the bonus delegates, that we've had in the past. And I know that was one thing that we talked about, because this actually would really help, especially state parties that, need a little help around this time. And I got to say, that's all of us. It's a tough, so anyway, thank you.
I want to speak from the perspective of someone who's had to plan 2 of these.
Microphone.
I said, I want to speak from the perspective of someone who's actually planned 2 of these from the logistical point of view. Elaine is exactly right that we are so big that 57 does matter. With every additional person, the map has to rejigger, and I've been responsible for the seating map. With every person, we have to change who sits where, who can sit where they're going to be on the floor in order to fit. And while an arena, a basketball arena, may hold 17,000, and we only have 4,700, the floor, we've gotten so big that the floor extends into the stands, which does not take into account the folks with disabilities who must have aids, et cetera. And of course, with now a media convention. So these additional people actually do make a difference when you are actually having to plot who sits where and who can sit where, and how you fit all these people into hotel rooms and buses and then the arena. I recognize the work that the state parties have to do on the floor, and that's why they've been allocated the pages that they've been allocating. We may need to be clearer and help the state parties by defining what a page is and what a page is not. My personal experience has been that in the past, not of any other state parties chairs who are sitting here right now, but in the past, state party chairs have been required by their higher elected officials or campaign to use pages for people other than the purpose we originally intended them. And so the pages that they have are not always useful to them and the day-to-day work they have to do, because it's a donor or somebody or somebody or somebody or somebody, so that the work they have to get done, they don't have the people, their pages are not there for that. They get used for other purposes. I would be really, really concerned about inching this up and inching this. I know it sounds like a little bit. It's not a little bit. It's really not. And it makes a difference when you're doing the logistics of what has to happen in the hall, on the floor. I normally like to go with Ken, but this is one I would find problematic.
Could I just clarify something?
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Could I just clarify with regard to this proposal, Ken? You're proposing additional pages, not reallocating within the current number of pages? Because there are states that have more than one.
Yeah.
Or more
The
than
base, the way the language is right now, every state party is provided 2. That is as a base.
Right.
And you would move the base to 3. And then all the additional pages based on delegation size, et cetera, based on the formulas below would still apply there. We're just moving the base number from 2 to 3, which is an additional 57 people. So
even the smallest state would go to 3.
Correct.
But the larger states would just add one more onto the 6, 7, or 8 they already have.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how that would impact the states based on the charts that have been handed out to you. So it's an acknowledgement that the state parties need more help here. I don't know any state party that's using it for fluff here, and there may be some. I'm not aware of those. So.
And so, just further clarification, the 57 would be added to, I think, Veronica, how many, it's close to, yeah, it's 151 to date, okay. Okay, thanks. 208 total, okay, I just want to make sure we have the correct number as I listen to the bishop. I think it's Ms. Fowler, and then Mr. McDonald, and then Molly.
Thank you. I want to point out one thing. Clearly, our conventions have gotten too big. We've got too many delegates, but that's why the state chairs are begging for more pages,
Yes.
because they've got so many more delegates.
Yes.
But at the beginning of this process, when we started doing this, I asked all of you to, if you have not been a state party chair, please pay special attention to what they are telling you. They know what goes on in this process in their state parties and in their delegations. And if you haven't been a state chair, you don't know. They know more about this than the rest of you. Please, let's consider this request that they are making, which seems to me to be pretty small. And it would suit me fine to go in more deeply and cut the size of our convention and see where we can make some cuts, but that's not what we are here to do today. But I'm asking you to support the state chairs in this effort.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Can I first just ask to make sure I'm not misunderstanding, does this involve 57 additional seats
That is my understanding.
as opposed to just access to the floor?
Yeah.
Then I guess I fail to understand the need for it, because in my experience, there are very few times, at least in the delegations around me in the various conventions, in which there have been a fully packed house with no seats, and all the Congress people are in attendance, and all of the various people who only show up for high speeches. And if you needed to sit down a page to give them a rest with their legs or something like that, there was plenty of available seating. And in fact, you typically would use some of the pages or other people to hold seats for when the Finance Committee was suddenly going to say a donor would like to have some floor time and you need to free up a seat and all these things. So I just am not overly sympathetic to the concept that we need to provide more seats. The issue of additional support for the state chairs, I'm sympathetic to that, but I guess I also want to know, because this only involves support on the floor, not support in the back office, not support at the hotel, not anything else. This is support on the floor as far as I'm understanding it. I can see your head shaking, so I'm happy to be clarified on that. But I guess I'd also be concerned about the extent to which working with the campaign delegation leaders and sub-caucus leaders and all the other things, how much of this can be offloaded in a well-organized delegation. But those are my two concerns, and it's not I mean, I've spent a lot of time around the chair's podium across the last 20 or 30 years and adjacent to a large number of states. And I see more empty seats than I see full seats, except at the high-profile speeches. Then the hall is clearly packed, the aisles are packed, and so on and so forth. And I've also seen the problem where we suddenly have to ask a delegate if they would kindly give up their seat in order to allow somebody to visit the floor and help the delegation overall or the state or whatever. And that's not a message that's going to come from a page, at least not in a well-run system, because the delegate is going to be very outraged if they get a clerical request to give up a seat that they fought hard for. So I'm not sure that it adds much there, but I'm happy to be clarified. Those are my concerns, though.
Ken, do you want to hold until Ms. McGarrett makes her point, and then you can, you're good? Okay.
Let me just,
Elaine, I'm sorry, Elaine had another point she wanted to make.
I'm intrigued by a suggestion that Susie made. I'm perfectly happy to have more pages if we got rid of bonus delegates. Bonus delegates are 300, okay? And so if we wanted to take that step, it's not a bad step to take today. We'd be down 250 approximately, and that's not a bad trade-off to, just get rid of these. I mean, the problem, let me just say for a minute for bonus delegates, I don't think they've served their purpose. I don't think they have been the deciding factor in states moving, et cetera. Let's face it, it's legislative action that causes the states to move. It's not whether or not they get more delegates. And it does at some point begin to violate the proportional, one man, one vote sense of the states. I mean, you get sort of dislocations. You get some states that have more votes than they ordinarily would have. So I'm happy to propose deleting bonus delegates and taking the State Chairs Association recommendation to add another page.
Frank?
Couple of thoughts. First of all, I certainly agree with the convention size being too big. In 2020, we had a base of 3,200 delegates, but a total of 4,500. Contrast, the Republicans were about 2,500, so we're almost twice as big as they are. In terms of the bonus delegate thing, though, I mean, last year it was 211. Last year there was one regional cluster. 4 years earlier there were 3 regional clusters, and I think there's definitely some benefits in the regional cluster issue at least. And frankly, the point of the bonus delegates was to try to fight front-loading and get states to move back. I don't disagree that it hasn't worked very well, but on the other hand, we haven't come up with any other idea. So, I mean, if I had to pick, I guess I'd stick with the bonus delegates.
No incentive to go.
No incentive. You talk. Anybody else on this topic?
well, let me just say, because I do want to respond, David asked some questions. Let me just give you a sense of what we do in Minnesota with our pages. Our pages help in the mornings with the breakfast. They help with setup, distributing credentials. They help, they're sort of like a concierge service for our delegates if delegates need anything throughout the day. In daytime activities, they're over at caucus and council meetings. They're with our delegations. They're traveling on the buses. They're helping troubleshoot issues for our delegates. That's one. We don't have staff that can be on the floor. So guess who has to do that? Our pages. Okay, 2, we send our pages over early to the convention site to arrange all of our delegate seats. So we don't have challenges that evening, right? So we don't have people jostling and arming people out of the way to claim their seats. We have them on the floor the whole time from 4 until 11, right? And they're working the whole time. Most of them not sitting down, because I don't know, David, what conventions you've been at, but the conventions I've been at since '96, there's not a seat in the house that's empty. And the point is that our pages are there to help make sure that civil war doesn't ensue within our conventions, and they're helping to moderate those types of disputes because they've helped put the logistics together. We don't have staff, with the exception of our executive director, we don't have staff to help us with any of the logistics of actually taking care of and managing the delegation. Let me flip to the other piece of this. No disrespect to the bishop, because I have great respect for her and what she does at conventions, and she knows that. But I just literally spent 2 weeks traveling around conventions, listening to the technical advisory group talking about how they're going to tear down this wall, tear down that wall to add more space for finance people, to make sure we can squeeze in more people who will help fund these conventions. And I get it. These are expensive endeavors, and you got to pay for them. We, in all due respect, the things the state parties have asked for in my time on this committee have almost invariably and summarily been dismissed. There's been no deference paid. What I am saying is we have unanimously passed these. All 57 state parties spoke with one voice saying, please help us. We're asking for some help. It's not an insignificant endeavor anymore because exactly of what the point that Elaine and Frank just mentioned. The size of these conventions have grown substantially. Guess what? The DNC doesn't have to manage the delegations. The DNC or the nominee don't manage the delegations. We had a long debate about this the last meeting over delegation chairs. We don't need to relitigate that. We lost on that. You all thought it was better just to have someone that's not accountable to anyone else be the delegation chair. I'm not going to open up that can of worms. But the reality is no one is responsible for the delegations except the state parties. We need help. We need some help here. That's what I'm asking for. We've lost on everything we've asked for now. Now we're asking for one additional measly page to help us assist in these efforts. It doesn't seem like it's a lot here. And I get it, Leah, you're right. You know more about conventions than anyone in our party. And you'll know more than, I have great respect for you and you know that. I'm just asking, I'm pleading with this body to just listen to what we're saying. We're not trying to game the system. We're not asking for additional pass so we can somehow monetize it or give it away to some donor. We're asking for it because we use these people to actually help us pull off a convention for the delegates. And if we're not doing it, who is? That's what I'm going to ask you. If the state parties aren't the one managing these delegations and those operations, who is? You know it's not the nominee. You're too busy running a convention. The DNC doesn't care. I shouldn't say they don't care, but that's not their responsibility. So who does it fall to? It falls to us. It falls to me. It falls to my executive director. And if it's just me and my executive director and 2 pages, how can I pull that off? It's hard. We're just asking you for some help here. Please, please, please understand that this is something we have spoken on in the past and asked for in the past, and every time we ask for some help, this body turns away. Now's the time if we're going to continue. Even if we shrunk the convention, there's still a need for pages for these state conventions or state delegations to pull this off the right way. So with all due respect to all of you, and I have great respect for everyone in this committee, please, please reconsider your position on this.
We're going to have Mr. McDonald before we have our parliamentary review where we are with this.
My question was focused on the need for seats, not the need for pages. And as I was listening to you, I was struck by the fact that you said the pages spend very little time sitting in their seats. And I have to say, in my experience, it's a very rare delegation where the Congress people and the senators sit through from gavel down to gavel up, where the state chair is always on the floor, where the executive director is always on the floor, they're always sitting in their seats, that there is no ability to give a page who has 4 credentials a rest or rotating them or setting. I'm not saying the pages don't work hard. I'm not saying they're not necessary. I just don't quite see the need to further jam the seating problem we have in the hall, that there may be other solutions that work. Now, I agree with you. If you're talking about the acceptance speech, the hall is, but there's not an empty seat. If you're talking about even the keynote speech or maybe even a music performance, and most of the delegates who worked and were elected there do show up and sit in their seats, and you have to moderate potential seating arguments. But there's an awful lot of automatic delegates who seem to have lots of other things to do during what they think of as the dead parts of the convention and are not actually sitting in their seats that provide that respite. That's all.
So we're going to have Helen kind of round us out here, but it sounds like we're looking at some trade-offs here. Pages versus bonus delegates and oops, I'm sorry, we have some more hands before we...
I just want to ask a clarifying question. Are you talking about pages with seats? Okay. That would be my issue.
We've already passed the piece on the pages. Last time we passed that. That already is passed, given pages a seat on a, I believe, if I'm not, that was passed last time.
Yeah.
What we did not pass and we tabled was the number of pages. So we've already allocated seats for pages generally. Now the question, your clarifying question is correct. It would go from 2 to 3 on the base, and that would mean an additional seat in the convention, which is your concern, and I get that.
Mm-hmm. So I'm listening, in your packets is the listing of who has how many pages. So folks can have, so Guam would go from 1 to 2. California would go from 11 to 12, et cetera, according to this chart. And again, you know, we have much respect. I'm speaking about from the planning perspective, when you are trying to make this thing work in the hall, on the floor. Adding 50, it sounds small, it's not small. It means, and I get that the work has to happen. And perhaps there's a compromise, perhaps this is a page without a seat. There are many more people roaming the floor with floor credentials who are not delegates. So it's not for lack of credentials. So perhaps an answer is an additional page, but they do not have a chair. The seat is a problem. It really is when you're trying to map this out. In the conventions that I've done, we've tried to be very generous with state parties with giving them extra whatnot so that they can manage their portfolio of work. But it really is, for me, it's about the plotting of these chairs and what is able to be done comfortably. We already are in a convention. I always joke, you don't even know the color of our carpet because we got so many people on the floor. You turn on the RNC, you clear that carpet is red because you can see it and everybody's so nice in their chairs, and we don't do any of that. And so by the time it's just jams packs another thing in this, I wonder if there's not a compromise around another chair is a problem from my perspective. A physical chair.
Yeah, could I?
So we have Molly, we had Elaine, and we have Mo, and we have Joanne.
Molly McGarrick-Delaware, I was just going to second what the bishop said. You know, I understand that there's a concern about deleting bonus delegates, but we maybe don't have to delete all of them. You could do a pro rata share. I just think there's a lot of ways, and completely agree that the convention is a nightmare for state parties. So it would be great to find a way to be supportive while acknowledging the reality and the constraints that the bishop raised.
That's where I was going. I mean, I think there's a lot of ways to deal with this. I mean, I take Ken's point. I want to be responsive to the state chairs. Maybe we can take the 57 or maybe 50, because I must question why Guam with 14 entire delegates needs another page. I mean, the territories, this seems a little silly to double them. But what if we took the number of bonus delegates and we subtracted the number of new pages and used then that smaller number of bonus delegates, so that you'd still have, I don't know, can the staff help me? How many bonus delegates are in the call? Do you know? 200 and some? 206, is that what it is? 211. Okay, so let's take 211. Let's minus 57, minus 50 or something, because I think this giving these small entities another page is sort of silly. Let's take 211. Let's subtract the number of extra pages that the parties need and use that as the number. So at least we're not adding. At least we're staying, you know, even. And I do think at some point we have to really consider revamping this allocation, this total number, to get the number of people down that are at our convention. Because frankly, you know, look, the more delegates you have, the more meaningless that it becomes, right? The more meaningless the job gets. You don't have any opportunity for actual input. I just think we really have to tackle the question of the size of our convention. But maybe for the interim, do what I think you were leaning towards is let's take these, give the state parties the extra pages, but take them out of the bonus delegates. So at least we're not getting bigger.
Okay, we have Mo, then we have.
Thanks. I actually had a question for Ken, but if you're in a sidebar, we can come. No, it's to this issue of, that Leah brought up about seats. You didn't respond to that, and so I was just kind of curious, like, would you take the pages without giving them seats?
Yeah, you know,
if you've got a couple of seats already and they rotate, right?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mo, thank you for the question. That's exactly what Veronica was just mentioning to me. Yeah, I mean, look, I know the amount of detail that goes into, I don't know, but only from listening to the bishop over the years and watching her work in the conventions and spending time with these folks, there's an incredible amount of detail that goes into this that people aren't aware of. And so the intention is not to add more stress to the system, right? But the intention is to at least to reflect on the fact that there's the work that's done by these state chairs, there has to be some additional support provided here, and no one's disagreeing with that. So the answer here is yes. I'd be fine with the pages not having seats. My pages never sit down. I mean, they're running around the whole time, right? I'm fine with that. The intention here is not the seats. The intention is to have an additional set of hands so we can manage these delegations.
Yeah, no, it sounds like there was quite a few people here that were okay with the extra hands without the extra seat. Right. Right, so, okay.
Oh, you were next, yeah, sorry.
I was going to make a similar observation as Mo did. I do think that I'm very supportive of an additional page, and I do think there's a way to do it without the additional seat, not bringing more stress to bear on an already stressed event. And a rotation of, if the seats are already allocated for 2 pages per state and territory, then you rotate those seats with that 3rd page would be my recommendation. And I think that's basically what Mo was suggesting.
Okay, Frank, I'm sorry. Okay, Susan?
Just real quick, this is one of the reasons that I have so much respect for everybody on this committee. But like Leah, I mean, I never thought about it from Leah's perspective about like actually, you know, a couple really make a difference. And so that was really helpful to me, but I also appreciated your thinking it through and kind of figuring out the compromise, because I know I look, our pages work. I mean, we expect them, we pick people and we expect them to work, and they aren't selected for any, you know, anything other than that. But it really is about the work, and I don't know that I've ever had pages that sat down. I mean, somebody else used the seat. So I would just say I would be really happy with that if we could go with it, and I would appreciate, you know, the actual, you know, consideration of actually what we as state party chairs and EDs and staff have to do. Thank you.
Thank you. So is there any further discussion on this? Before we vote, we're going to move it to, David McDonald.
It's not discussion, it's clarification.
Okay.
If we want to give the extra pages but not an extra seat, do we need an amendment to what's being proposed?
I guess I would ask the chairs and maybe Veronica to clarify whether or not we actually did in fact accomplish that at the last meeting. my understanding is we may not have. And so here's what I would say on this, David. Our goal is not more seats for pages. Our goal is not, frankly, any seats for pages. Our goal is an extra set of hands to help us with the work. So if the seats are the barrier here, then let's just remove that altogether and just vote on increasing the pages. Right now, I believe, and I could be misunderstanding what Veronica said, but Chairman, I believe we did not pass that at the last one, despite what I said earlier, correct?
What we passed at the last meeting was based on a discussion that presumed or maybe even explicitly said that pages would get an additional seat. But if you look at the actual amendment in the text, pages are in a section that does not provide seats, only floor access. So one possibility here would be to continue to talk about pages in terms of floor access, where they are now. That helps, I think, on the number of delegates and the size of the hall. On the other hand, it doesn't help with the fire marshal or anything like that, but so that doesn't mean we shouldn't look at other remedies, as Elaine has suggested, and we'll come back to that. But I think we may want to leave it the way it is in the text now and think about what we're thinking about now in the same fashion. Extra pairs of hands, extra pairs of feet, but not extra seats. And this may fall into the category of sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
And I'm fine with that, Mr. Chair, and I hope that answers the question, David. Okay.
Great. Madam McFadden. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. While I have everyone's attention, I do want to tell you the proxy changes that occurred after lunch. I'd like for you to know the proxy changes that occurred after lunch. Mr. Burgos has provided his proxy to Mr. Brennan. Mr. Ray has gotten here, and he now holds Ms. Cardona's proxy. Mr. Saunders' proxy has now been assigned to Mr. Curry, and Ms. Weingarten's proxy has now been assigned to Mr. Applebaum. Okay, so we still have the same number of folk in attendance plus one, but the proxies have been moved a bit, okay? Now, I believe this is what you are discussing. We have not recently looked at the written amendment, but you are discussing two numerical changes. In F1, the sentence that now says a base of 151 convention pages shall be allocated among the 57 delegations as follows. That number should be, if you adopt it, 203. Because when you look at A, you are striking 2 at the end of A. It would say each of the 50 states, the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico shall have a minimum of 3 pages. So you're adding 52 pages because you are not changing C, which limits the remaining delegations to only 1 page. And you are not changing B, which has to do with additional pages based on the size of the delegation. So you would be going from 151 to 203. Have I correctly interpreted your motion, Mr. Martin? To 203. And I believe it is correct on the screen at this point. Mr. Martin is shaking his head in affirmation. you'll see the only changes you're making are to F1 and F1A.
Helena, I'm not sure about the math. If we're going from 151 and we're adding 57, we're not adding 57.
You've been discussing it as 57, but the actual text will not do that because you're not adding anything to the listing in C. That's why it's not 57. It's only 52.
Yeah, and why is it 52? Madam Chair, and to Helen's point, if you read F1A, and this is the only change that was recommended, it says each of the 50 states, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico shall have a minimum of 2 pages currently. We would be changing that from 2 pages to 3. You would keep the other territories at just 1. And so that means it's 52 on top of the 151, and that's where you get the 203.
So we're going to ask our parliamentarian to restate the motion, and then we're going to see if anyone wants to admit.
Your proposed motion made by Mr. Martin, okay, is as to F1 to strike 151 and insert 203. And as to F1A, to strike 2 and insert 3. If you adopt this pending amendment, item F in Article 4 would read, F1 would read, a base of 203 convention pages shall be allocated among the 57 delegations as follows. A, each of the 50 states, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico shall have a minimum of 3 pages. You are not proposing a change to item B, which deals with the allocation of larger delegations, and you are not changing C, which gives the non-state territories only 1 page.
Are we ready? All in favor? Those opposed? The ayes have it. Wait, before the ayes have it?
Is there any further proposal regarding the bonus delegate?
Oh,
I'd like to, first of all, I'd like to know where, I can't find it. Where is the bonus delegates in here?
Okay, we'll find it.
it's on page.
Where is it? Where is it?
We're going to find it for you right now, Elaine.
C. Oh, so it's all the way at the beginning. No wonder I couldn't find it. 1C. C.
So this first part talks about this, the timing, this part talks about what they
Oh, wait a minute.
get.
1,
2 talks about the
percentage.
percentage.
A base delegates. All right,
What
wait a
is it
minute.
now?
But where does it say the number?
There's no number, it's based on the percentage of their
Base.
delegates.
Okay. So
1C.
how would we do this? If I wanted to reduce this, okay, let me just ask the group the question, okay? The bonus delegates, thank you, Rick, are under section 1, 2, in section 2 of the call. And that lays out the.
Section 1C2.
1C2, yes, you're right. That lays this out not in an absolute number, but in an allocation. So I don't know exactly how to do this, but what I would like to propose is that we reduce, I guess we could go through this and reduce this then by 54. In other words, whatever the number of bonus delegates comes out at, we can't do it that way, Rick? Why won't that work?
Well, I'll defer to Rick in a minute, but let me point out that
What?
the formula here is based on percentages.
Pledged delegates in those states.
So we'd have to reduce the percentages.
Okay,
And
so
we're trying to reduce the number of bonus delegates by approximately a quarter, right?
That's right, by approximately a quarter.
So where it says, where we have 10%,
Yep,
we may want to reduce that
to
to
8%,
8%. And then the next section,
or 7.5% to be precise,
Right.
right?
where it says, at the end of that section where it says 20%, we
Mr.
may
Chair.
want to reduce that to 15%.
Right. That's right. And that should get us, more or less where we want to be, even. It would still, Frank, I think, give some incentive, say, moving to regional ones, but we would at least be not adding to our space problems. We'd be holding steady.
What it does is, for the first time, we start reducing the number of delegates that a state
Yes.
gets. We don't do it all the way.
We don't do it all the way.
We do it with a trade-off.
We do it with the trade-off, and I would make the first number in A 7.5%, so it's exactly 25%, and then the second one,
7.5 and then 15.
and then 15, yeah. Yeah, so 7.5 in 2A, and then, well, yeah, both of them are 2A. What?
What about regional clusters in B?
Okay, Mr. Curry, then Mr. McDonald.
Yes, Chair Moore, I'm getting
And then
confused
reduce
now.
that by
So
25%.
I'm curious if the bonus discussion was not part of a compromise for the pages, or are we now opening up discussion on bonus? Because I understood the bonus to be a friendly amendment or consideration for the pages, but now we've got two separate items that have taken place. And I'm also trying to understand the conclusion of the page vote, because I'm not sure where that concluded.
Right.
So the pages were considered on their own, basically. However, the reason that, based on the discussion we were having, that's the reason that I thought it would be appropriate to go back to Elaine at this point and say, do you want to do something about the bonus delegates to deal with the overall size of the convention? So that it's all part of one thought process, but it's not a compromise. Only if one thing is in there do we vote for the whole thing.
Yeah, let me say, I think we've got three options on this rule, right? One option is to do nothing, leave it as is, in which case we've increased the size of the convention. Option number 2 is to reduce these numbers by about 25%, which is the number of pages we've added in. The third option is to get rid of bonus delegates altogether, in which case we don't have to worry about we've already done the pages. So we've done the pages. So now I think we should have a discussion on the bonus delegates. Yeah.
I think some of us are a little bit confused because when we did the page vote, we asked for all in favor. I said when we did the page vote, we asked for all in favor. We didn't ask for any opposition. So some of us, I know, but that vote is still dangling out there from some people's perspective.
So we're going to.
We asked for all in favor.
Some of them didn't hear it, yep. And those opposed. So we're gonna retake the vote for Article 4, F1A. All in favor?
This is the page vote.
This is the page vote only, okay.
Say it loud.
Say it. Okay. Those opposed? Okay, it appears that the ayes have it. So the motion is adopted. Okay, now we're on to Elaine's.
Sorry about that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Chair Moore.
Yes, sir.
Just a point of clarification so that we know what that actual vote was, with a number of us actually carrying proxies. Can we
Okay.
get a count on that? Because I don't know this actually recorded the right way. Thank you.
Let's just,
got the
let's just call for a roll call on that if we could. Or,
Thank
we
you.
don't need a
Roll
roll
call
call
would
or
be
a
appropriate.
show of
Thank you.
hands is fine. Show
So
of
we'll
hands.
request a vote by hand. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, all opposed, raise your hand.
I got 13. Yeah, that's what I got. I got 13 for, 9 against.
Okay. The ayes have it,
Tell them what,
The vote was,
13.
what, 14 to 9?
14 to 9. Motion is passed. Now we're back to Elaine.
I don't know how we can do this. Maybe it's 3 votes or 2 votes. One vote, we may want to see who would like to get rid of bonus delegates altogether, and just strike this whole section. I think we could have a vote on that. I mean, I don't know what you think. The other option would be to simply take Rule C2A and B and reduce the percentages by approximately 25%, which would make it end up being more or less the number of pages that we just added. Okay, so there's 2 different options. One is get rid of them altogether, which I think a case can be made. I would vote for that, but I can see that it may be a step too far at this point in time. And I think the other one is simply to reduce the numbers so that they're more or less even with the numbers of pages we just added.
There are 3 different percentages
Right.
in here, third one having to do with regional. So we'd
Yeah.
reduce each of those percentages.
Each of those,
By as close as possible, 25%
right,
of the percent.
yeah.
Mr. Martin?
Mr. Chairman, before you go on, I've actually been wanting a point of information, but I just didn't call it that way. I just want to be clear, is the 200 number the bonus delegates related to the timing calendar, or is it the aggregate bonus delegates related to both the timing and the regional? Because up until now, all of the discussion has been reducing from 10 to 7.5 and 20 to 15, and no mention was made of the regional bonus.
So-
And in the last discussion, we had kind of separated those. Some people thought the regional might still make sense, but the timing did not.
So that could be
just
a
clear.
third. This could
It's
break
getting
down into
very
4
complicated.
options. One would be doing away with bonus delegates altogether. One would be reducing the percentages of subparagraph A to deal with with timing. One would be, actually, 3 options, I guess. And then another one would be reducing the percentages related to regional. And you wouldn't have to do all or none. You can, Mr. Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I really think what Elaine's onto is really an important conversation. I want to zoom out a little bit, though, and remind all of us why we have bonus delegates in the first place, right? It was to incentivize states to move later in the calendar, to give them some bonus for helping us figure out a challenge and a bind that we found ourselves within many states moving to the front of the line or trying to. So if that's still a concern, which it may not be, what are we doing to incentivize states to move later in the calendar? right? And I would just offer, I'm in favor of getting rid of bonus delegates altogether, right? But I think we then need to figure out what is the incentive structure that we provide in place of bonus delegates to still incentivize states moving later in the calendar, because absent that, you could actually create a challenge for us with more states now deciding, well, there's no reason why we're in June anymore. We might as well move up to March and be part of the action, right? So what I would like to offer, and maybe we can't figure this out here, but is there something else we could provide in the way of other types of credentials at a convention or other things at a convention that could, again, incentivize state parties to be later in the calendar. Otherwise, if we just get rid of them, which I'm, again, in favor of, I worry that the unintended consequences are rushed to the front by other state parties.
I think we have now identified the options here. We haven't really, because we haven't really focused until now on these options. We haven't yet really identified the consequences. To some extent, we're fairly clear on intended, but we haven't really had a chance to reflect on unintended consequences. We don't have a motion before us yet. I'm going to suggest that we defer this to our next meeting. And give us a chance to socialize it a bit with the states, get a sense of what kind of reaction state chairs think there would be to doing this, and then have a more informed discussion at our next meeting. Is there objection to that? Frank?
Frank Leone, but this is a provision in the call that we need to adopt today so the DNC can consider it. So I'm not quite sure, if we're planning on taking action this cycle, it seems like we would have to do it today. I would personally be in favor of not taking action this cycle. I think the bonus delegate system maybe hasn't worked that great, but it's better than nothing, and no one has come up with anything that's any better. And in 2020, 24 states took advantage of the bonus delegates to move back. And so I think or to be later in the process. So I think we should leave it the way it is. I think we should give it some thought for next cycle, but I think we should leave it the way it is now. I don't think we need to do it to offset the pages, because we determined the pages don't get seats. So we're basically talking about additional floor passes anyway, so that doesn't enter into it. But if we want to offset the total convention size by 50 people, we can reduce the total number of base delegates from 3,200 to 3,150, and that would achieve that goal. And I think we also ought to think in the future about reducing that number. We increased the total number of delegates to dilute the number of the percentage of superdelegates back in 2009. We've since solved the superdelegate problem. So I would be in favor of just leaving it the way it is for now, and then giving it some more thought next cycle.
Yeah, can I just, maybe we want to leave it, it may be too much, but let me just say, there's no evidence that the movement of states was caused by superdelegates, by bonus delegates. There's absolutely no evidence. There are so many bigger reasons that states move around. Their legislatures, their local and state primaries, et cetera. There's no evidence of this. And to the extent that states have moved, I'll tell you why they moved, and this goes to Ken's point, because the Republicans have a very big incentive for going later. You can be a winner-take-all state in the Republican Party if you go late. And people in states love being winner-take-all because, boy, oh boy, do you get a lot of attention from candidates and media if you're winner-take-all. So it's the Republicans that, and by the way, I think they're going to still retain that rule. It's the Republicans that caused the movement of states back. It's not bonus delegates. So I think we're fooling ourselves if we think bonus delegates matter at all in this. I really do, Frank. I just don't think they matter. So, we can, but believe me, I voted for the pages, and some other people did, I think, on the assumption that we could maybe even it out. So I don't know what the problem would be with simply reducing the percentages a little bit. In the call, we could do that today. I don't know that we have to, I don't know that it's a big deal, okay? I just don't think this is a big, major deal.
I think, okay, Scott, did you have something you wanted to say?
The only thing I'd say is, I was originally persuaded by what you said, Chair Roosevelt, about, deferring this, but I think Frank is right. I think we need to finish the work. This feels like this conversation is very much on the fly. I don't feel like I've got, Elaine has looked at this stuff far more than I have, and I would defer to her sense of the history and what the reality is. But I feel like we're making it up as we go, and this is a big enough deal. I don't like the idea of making it up as we go.
I am persuaded by both you and Frank that it's good to get this on the floor, factors identified, but it's too soon to take action.
I agree. I think it's Mo.
Yeah, thanks. I was just going to relish in the opportunity to agree with Scott. That I'm really intrigued by this, Elaine. I really am. But given sort of where we are in this process, where we are in the calendar, the big decisions we still have in front of us about the calendar, I too feel a little rushed diving right into this. So I would hope that this is something that the committee can start looking at on the earlier end of the process for next cycle, because I think it's worthy of a deeper dive. I don't think we're there right now.
Molly?
Well, I appreciate the perspectives of my colleagues. I feel like reducing it by a percentage is a way to start to create momentum around reducing the size of the convention, and it actually allows us to test the theory of bonus delegates. We have an opportunity to keep the vast majority of the bonus delegates, but see if the percentage actually matters. If we reduce it by 25% and it has an impact on the calendar, then that helps to answer a question that right now feels you can make an argument on either side. They matter because people received them, or they don't matter because that wasn't the reason that a state moved later. So I would be in favor of, again, reducing by a percentage that doesn't materially change the number, but allows us to maybe answer some questions.
This started, Mr. Chair, may I? Well, okay, he's not paying attention. This started in conjunction with the pages, and I think that's why I want to align with what Scott said. That's why it feels kind of rushed and just like we're just kind of, making something up to reduce the size of the convention. And I do think it merits a really thoughtful conversation because, we all think of Elaine as the guru here, but this just felt like it was something that just hadn't been really, presented in a way that we can really wrap our arms around it in this time frame. That's my humble opinion. Yeah.
So, Elaine, are you still asking to speak here? Okay. So we don't have a motion for this in front of us. Therefore, we don't have to take any action to just put it off. Okay.
Will there be will we be able to deal with this at the September Rules Committee meeting, or will that be too late?
No, because it won't. We will have adopted the call today, and that's what's going to the full DNC. So what we're doing is we're setting it up for discussion early on in the next process.
Okay, well, it doesn't.
Which is quite a ways away, but.
I was going to say, it's quite a ways away. It doesn't really help us get the ball rolling towards a smaller convention.
Well, except that it puts states and any others that care on notice that this is going to be something that's coming, but it's not something it's not a sword that's dropping right now.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. I think we are back to you, Jim, on charter bylaws.
Okay, so I think that completes the sections, unless anyone has anything else, that we are going to discuss with regard to the call. And I don't see.
No, she's in the doorway. Well, maybe let's take a 5-minute break.
5-minute break?
Okay, we've been asked to take a 5-minute break, and so we will. Okay, We're going to take a 5-minute break, but then we will go to the charter and bylaws amendments at that point.
So she said we have to, with that.
The end.
Okay, well, you're
All right, we will resume. So to conclude our business up to this point, we need to adopt the call as amended by the committee in this meeting and in prior meetings. What we're doing is recommending adoption to the DNC of the document that we have published and adopted today with amendments. Okay, now we got another one. So now that we have another 2 more committee members in the room, without objection, we will go to a vote on the call. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Any abstentions? No abstentions. The call is adopted. All right. So, thank you all. Now we're now ready to move to the charter and bylaws amendments that have been presented to us. We've received 33 recommended amendments from the working group led by Carol Fowler, who will guide us through each proposed change. We will ask Carol to go through the proposed amendments, and then we'll open the floor for discussion on the packet of proposals. If there are any amendments that you would like to discuss, please let us know. Helen will maintain a list for us as we move through, and we'll return to the discussion. Ms. Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The working group held 5 informal sessions to go through the entire charter and bylaws and to draft some recommendations for this committee's consideration. We came up with 33 recommendations, most of which are housekeeping issues. No, there's not a lot of substantive change here. You have in your folder 2 documents. One is a list of the proposed amendments to the charter and bylaws, which with an explanation of each proposed change. And this document pretty much follows the same order as the charter and bylaws. You also have a working copy of the charter and bylaws with red line changes in it, showing everything that we proposed. I will tell you that our proposed changes are numbered in what, to me, in the beginning, when Rick first started putting these recommendations on paper, was a kind of a funky way but it took me a minute. I just want to tell you that the numbers of our proposed amendments are not necessarily the numbers of the sections in the charter and bylaws. So you just have to think about what you're doing here. In addition to these amendments, we worked with the Party Affairs staff to review the charter and bylaws for style consistencies. Always capitalized Democratic Party, and that sort of thing. So there were not too many corrections like that, but the staff went through and did that, and I don't think that's anything that we necessarily need to argue about here. I do want to thank the members of that working group who very patiently went through all of this with me. Stuart Applebaum, Artie Blanco, Leah Daughtry, Frank Leone, David McDonald, and Tanya Williams, and the staff people who helped us through the process are Helen McFadden, Jeannie Daughtry, and Rick Boylan, and Rick Boylan actually did all the work on this. It would not have happened without him. So if you want to, we can start going through these proposed amendments, and if you want to talk about it, talk about one of them, shall we make a note? Should they speak up now, or should they just make their own notes and do it at the end?
So if people want to talk about them, please indicate that as we go through. We'll keep a list and come back to talk about them.
Okay, fine, good. All right, we're starting with the charter. The first proposal is in Article 1 of the charter, but the big number 1 that you have is the first one we're talking about. And what it does is make the list of the non-discrimination categories that we have in our charter consistent with the status categories that we always have in the delegate selection rules. Does anybody need to talk about that? The second one added some language to better reflect the responsibilities of the DNC. The members thought that adding this would make it clear that the DNC's responsibilities, when we add not be limited to, would make it clear that the DNC's responsibilities are more than what we list in here. Amendment 3.
Again, let me remind people, if you'd like to talk about this at the end when Carol's still going through it, please just raise your hand as she finishes each one.
Amendment 3 updates all these references we have to our affiliated organizations that provide members to the DNC. It updates the gender reference for the high school Democrats and moves Democrats abroad to this section from Article 9, Section 6, because it fits, it just fitted better here. Some of the reason we did this was because some of the Democratic affiliated organizations have changed their names, and we have not, as that happened, updated our documents. And the members of the working group thought that Democrats abroad and the number of votes they cast should be specifically moved into this list rather than being somewhere else that was not, that just sort of off there, and it just fit better here. Amendment 4 reflects the change that moved Democrats abroad from Article 9 and clarifies the reference to bylaws as the DNC bylaws. Amendment 5 allows the executive committee to waive holding a meeting. While this has been the practice forever, frequently it's the fourth meeting of the year that the executive committee says, well, we don't need to do that. This amendment now specifically authorizes the executive committee to do that. The amendment 7 makes it's like the first amendment. It aligns our list of non-discrimination groups with the list in the delegate selection rules. Number 8 updates the language about full participation to use the preferred name for the Asian American and Pacific Islander community. Number 9 also corrects the references to Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders so that it's consistent with our other documents. And we have proposed adding a sentence to specify that affirmative action and inclusion goals are not to be considered as quotas. Number 10 is just a correction to a cross-reference citation. It's just housekeeping. Number 11, this is the section where we've proposed deleting the reference to Democrats abroad and include them in the previous listing of DNC membership. And it involves some renumbering. Number 12 corrects gender reference to make it consistent to other gender reference changes that we have previously made. Amendment 13, which discusses proxy voting in Democratic Party affairs. This allows for the bylaws to also provide for alternatives to in-person voting. Number 14 has to do with the Budget and Finance Committee because language in the bylaws already says that meetings of the Budget and Finance Committee are not subject to the open meeting requirement, and this change in the charter just reflects what is already in the bylaws. Number 15 updates some language in some points of the credo and adds a new point about access to voting. We thought about doing some more wordsmithing in that language, but what we've done is just propose a few changes just to better, that credo is pretty old, and just we wanted to reflect the more current language in that. Amendment 16 we propose adding a provision for the DNC to review actions by the convention that would amend the DNC bylaws. That's been in place for a long time with, as far as changes to the charter, the working group members thought the same requirement should be in place for changes to the bylaws. It simply that the DNC the full DNC has to ratify that kind of change. Amendment 17, we've added some language to ensure that organizations that the DNC recognizes, not just the organizations that the DNC creates, must adopt rules consistent with our provisions, and also requires that state party rules be publicly available on their website. Was there? And I haven't seen any raised hands, but when I have my glasses on, I can't see much over there. If there is nothing that you all want to discuss with regard to the charter, we can move on to the bylaws.
Carol, I do think we have a hand, Mr. Applebaum.
Okay.
I was just going to move adoption of the amendments to the charter. If you wanted to do the charter separately from voting on the amendments to the bylaws.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Dowdell?
Joanne Dowdell, New Hampshire. I just have one question. Article 10, the item number 17 on the proposed charter amendments that deals with official bodies recognized or created under the authority of the charter. Is this speaking to the councils or any, when we say groups recognized, what would be an example?
Tell me again what section.
Okay,
you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Article 10, but on your amendments page, it's number 17.
Okay.
All official bodies recognized or created under the authority of the charter. And then section 3, each official body of the Democratic Party recognized by or created under the authority. What would be an example of an official body recognized by? Is there an example of that?
Recognized by, but not created by.
Correct.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
It's not it would not be the councils, I don't believe. I think it would be something like the Federation of Democratic Women.
Mayor's Association.
Is that? She wants to know, organizations that are recognized by, but not created by the charter. I don't think the charter creates.
The Democratic Governors Association might be one, Carol.
I'm sorry?
Democratic Governors Association
Yeah,
might be one.
the Democratic Governors
Municipal officials.
Association, the charter doesn't create organizations other than, I guess, the DNC itself, but we do recognize a bunch of them. Now, whether we can enforce anything on the DGA, I don't know, but I think we could say that if you want to be recognized by us and have membership on the DNC, we could say you can't have membership if you're the, I don't know, the Federation of Democratic Women, if they were doing something that we didn't approve of.
Thank you.
All right, where are we?
So,
Scott, I think Scott had his hand up, Mr. Chairman.
Scott?
And Mr. McDonald.
Scott, did you have your hand up? No.
Okay.
David, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, when this was proposed, the main bodies that this will impact, the ones that are recognized by us but not created by us, are the state parties.
Okay.
This is basically making it clear that state parties are supposed to make their rules available for people to see. There may be other organizations that were impacted for it, but when this was raised, that was the question, that we think state parties are supposed to post their bylaws, but we don't actually say that. And I think most state parties do. It's not, but it was just clarifying that. It wasn't really an expansion.
Okay, are we moving?
Mr. Applebaum?
I agree with the intention, but I wonder whether or not there may be overreach here when we say recognize beyond state parties, and we are referring to the entities that are recognized in the charter for having representation on the DNC. We recognize them, but they are not subject to our rules, such as the Democratic Governors Association.
This becomes a question of what amounts to both. Creation is one thing, that's pretty clear. recognized is something else, and sometimes I think that is indicated by having reserved members on the DNC. But I actually think recognized can be identified by the use of the word democratic. We have the of the word democratic. A group that decides to call itself the Democratic Political Association, we would probably sue them for using our name without our permission.
So what about the Democratic Governors Association?
Yeah, so the Democratic Governors Association, we have, first of all, they have automatic seats on the DNC, so they are recognized by the DNC. I don't think, I'm not aware that we ever took a vote or ever amended the bylaws, except to give them seats on the DNC, and that's recognition.
But what we're saying here now, are we requiring the Democratic Governors Association
To follow our charter.
follow our rules?
And I think our principle has always been that any organization that we treat as a Democratic Party organization must follow the charter. I know that in most state parties, they take as binding the things required by the charter, such as formerly equal division, now diversity, and so on. So it's, I would say that they are recognized because they are permitted to represent themselves as the state affiliate of the party under the charter. But since they are, they need to follow the charter.
I have no question about the state parties, but I am thinking about the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, the Democratic Governors Association, the Democratic Attorneys General Association, and is it our intent that they need to follow the rules provided in the charter? If it is, fine, but I just want to make sure we recognize what it is we're doing with this amendment.
Yeah, I think that the distinction, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is where we have the words recognized by or, and if we took that out, because created under the authority is very different than just recognized by, so maybe.
So I think it is the intent to include those under the charter, so that a group like the, you know, let's take the most controversial thing. If the Democratic Governors Association were to be taken over by a group that did not respect gender differences, for example, we would say, no, you can't do that because you're not following the principles in the charter. They would say, yes, you can, and we'd say, well, guess what? You're not the Democratic Governors Association anymore.
I'm fine with that, but I just want to make sure we're really intending that the Democratic Governors Association must follow the rules of the charter in what they do, and they're bound by those. If that's our intention, fine, but I'm not sure if we're prepared to do that.
With written rules. Well, that's with regard to rules, but go back to section. See, what I'm focusing on is, well, looking at the specific wording on section 3 again. Shall adopt and conduct its affairs in accordance with written rules, okay, which rules shall be consistent with this charter, the bylaws, and other provisions adopted pursuant to the authority of the charter, including resolutions or other actions of the Democratic National Convention. I think the intent is to have these groups that are in some way recognized either because they have an official role within the Democratic Party under the charter and the bylaws, or are permitted to represent themselves as the Democratic such and such. I think this is intended to sweep them in. Carol, do you have a point of view on this?
Do I have a point of view on this?
Or do you think the working
My
group?
point of view is that all of these organizations should be consistent with the charter, but that there's no way we can enforce that on the DGA. We can probably enforce it on the high school Democrats. But I don't think we can enforce it on the DGA. On the other hand, if the DGA or the D-TRIP or one of those strays too far from at least the intent of the charter provisions, I mean, there are things in there that just would be difficult there are things in the charter that would just be difficult for them to exactly comply with. But I think if they get too far from the intent of the charter, then it might be worthwhile to try to jerk them back.
I mean, what I'm thinking of, and Stuart, I'll let you say what you want to say in a minute, but what we're thinking, I mean, suppose, to use a name out of the past, the LaRouche folks took over the DGA. We would certainly not consider them to be following the charter and the bylaws. And we would do, as a national chair did, we would declare that they are not bona fide Democrats. And if they persisted, we would, I think, try to find a way to prohibit them from representing themselves as a representative of the Democratic Party.
Absolutely fine with that. I'm just talking about other groups who now will have to comply, not just with the charter, but also resolutions passed by the DNC. And if that's what we're going to do, fine, but I think it's going to be a surprise for them. And if it is our intention to do that, then I'll vote in favor.
I think it's a good caution flag. I'm not sure that it's wrong to express this intent. Yes, David.
Yeah, no, I guess two things. The only resolutions that are involved are ones from the National Convention, and there's not a requirement to follow them. There's a requirement at most to be consistent with them. And I guess I have to say, at some point, again, if I was watching this, I would sort of say, why would you have somebody sit on the executive committee and make policy for your party that doesn't agree to follow your charter? I mean, it looks strange. Now, I think, I agree with you. We're not going to pass a rule that says to the DGA, or all Democratic organizations must contribute X dollars or whatever, and tell the DGA they have to write a check to us. That's not going to happen. But I think stating the general principle that, they have to indicate they basically share our values and so on and so forth is all that this does. And the original intent really was the state parties. If you take out the recognized by language, you don't have the state parties included because they are not the least bit created by us, nor for that matter are their subsidiary organizations. So.
Microphone.
It's, the question that I have is, and I came in late for the discussion here, but we're just recognizing their membership to the DNC, not approving or disavowing the organization itself. I mean, our authority in this conversation is to be inclusive. If there is the Democratic Governors Association, if it is the Democratic Secretary of State, is to be a seat at the table for them to participate in general affairs of the party. I mean, I think that is the intent of our charter, is that we have elected officials that represent the party. Some of them adhere to the credo, some adhere to some of the priorities placed on resolutions, but there's no enforcement of, there's no ability to do so. But what we're just discussing is to be inclusive of these recognized entities of the party to have a seat at the DNC table.
So the reason this, I think you're right, and the reason this does not trouble me is if you read this, it requires these bodies to conduct their affairs in accordance with written rules, which they've adopted, which rules must be consistent with this charter and the bylaws, and resolutions adopted by the National Convention. That they have to operate under rules that are consistent. They can't be standing out there as an outlier to our rules regarding openness and diversity and so on. I don't think it gets into the minutia of rules about quorums and things like that. So I think that the intent is to make sure that the general principles followed and publicized at their rules are consistent with the DNC charter and bylaws. I agree on almost any question, ordinary question that would come up. There's no way that we're going to monitor or enforce. On the other hand, what this does is create a platform for if there was something egregious. Suppose, let's take the outlandish case. Suppose an affiliated organization, put aside state parties because they're creations of state statute, but affiliated organizations like the DGA adopted a boycott Israel position, which would be directly contrary to the position of the Democratic Party. I think that we would use this provision to say to them, you can't do that and represent yourself as an affiliate of the Democratic National Committee. And they'd say, why can't we? And we'd say, look at Section 3. And they'd say, well, you can't enforce that. And we'd say, yeah, we can get to work and come up with some things that do enforce that. We can take away your DNC seats. We can prohibit you from receiving any funding or use of the building, and so on and so forth. So it's not all wrapped up in a package, but it expresses an intent that there be consistency with the important principles. Okay, good. Any other questions or comments? All right, I think it is time. Carol, would I be right in thinking that you are moving adoption of these amendments? Stuart moved the adoption. Okay, well, there we go. And was it seconded?
Second.
And it was seconded. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. And I'm pretty sure there are no abstentions. Okay.
Carol's got to do the bylaws.
What?
She's got to do the bylaws.
Say that again.
She's got to do the bylaws.
Yeah. Yes, please go ahead with the bylaws.
Sorry. The bylaws begin at Amendment 18, which updates the names of the same thing we did in the charter, to update some names of organizations that have changed, and it specifies the membership of Democrats abroad, and like back in Amendment 3 to the charter, reflects these new names. Amendment 19, Amendment 19 reflects the new names. Amendment 20 updates the section. It just makes it refer to the proper subsection about vacancies. Number 21 clarifies the language regarding membership at the first meeting of the DNC after the National Convention, because as you know, some states don't elect their new DNC members until after the convention, and we have said previously that that people's terms end at that first meeting, and some states haven't elected them, so this just clarifies that that practice. As you know, we require that people be elected, DNC members be elected within a convention year, but some DNC members aren't elected until after the convention. Amendment 22 specifies the votes that Democrats abroad have in each regional caucus, which was very confusing, and it probably is still confusing. It seems to me that we spend an inordinate amount of time fretting about Democrats abroad and their place in the process. But anyway, that's what Amendment 22 is. The Amendment 23 just clarifies some language to allow the executive committee to consider resolutions between DNC meetings. Number 24 clarifies that proposed amendments to the charter must be sent not less than 30 days before a meeting to the DNC members. There in that section 22, down after the red line portion, together with any proposed recommendations for amendment to the charter to the members no less than 30 days prior to the National Committee, it should be to the National Committee meeting. That's just a typo. And following this, we need to put in Amendment 24.5 that I'm going to ask Rick Borland to explain.
Very quickly, when you're looking at the working copy of the Charter and Bylaws, on that same page, page 19, the very bottom, under E, subsection 4, it talks about meetings of the Budget and Finance Committee shall not be subject to provisions of Article 9, Section 12 of the Charter. Because the committee has proposed deleting Section 6 of, Section 6 of Article 9, we are renumbering those sections, and so this will now be changed to Section 11, and we'll just make that as a scrivener's correction when these amendments get approved.
Okay, thank you, Rick. The Amendment 25 clarifies that, we elect a chair, and that in typically a winter meeting, and the chair does not appoint committees until the fall meeting. What this does is clarifies that the terms of the outgoing committee chairs will be until those committee appointments. They don't dissolve until the fall meeting when the new DNC chair makes committee appointments. Number 26 inserts a new subsection about standing committee, DNC standing committees, allowing DNC standing committees to, or clarifying that the standing committees may adopt their own rules of procedure. Number 27 just clarifies our provisions on notice and allows for online notice, that sort of thing. Amendment 28 just update some gender language. Number 29 creates some, and this is what you just received. It has to do with virtual meetings, and I think I'm supposed to call on Jason Ray to talk about this.
Sure. What staff distributed was some substitute language for proposed amendment number 29 around what is currently meetings in emergency conditions in the report from the working group, but this expands it to virtual meetings. It's a substitute language that makes it a little more comprehensive for both meetings of the National Committee, Executive Committee, as well as standing committees to be able to meet virtually throughout the year as needed, with the chairperson consulting with the officers and the chairs of the standing committees consulting with the chairperson, that if we need to do virtual meetings. And I think as we have seen in the last year, some of the meetings that we've been able to do just here at Rules and Bylaws that haven't required us to travel across the country to get some work done, that this is a substitute language that will just codify into the bylaws the opportunity for us to do the virtual meetings that we have already been engaged in.
Thank you, Jason.
Secretary, Mr. Leone?
Yeah, I think this is a excellent revision. The committee was trying to come up with good language that would address the virtual meeting issue, but I think the substitute does it well. And I think state parties need to take a look at this also. Under Robert's rules, you're not necessarily allowed to do virtual meetings unless you specify the procedures for doing that. And I think this provides very good guidance to state parties to make sure that they're in compliance. So thank you.
I have a question in connection with this. Jason, this requires the opinion of 2/3 of the officers of the National Committee. Is that
The proposed draft from the working group did, the new one does not.
I'm looking at the, I had actually had an earlier discussion and I thought it was being amended to say in consultation with, and has been done. Never mind.
There was a good bit of back and forth on.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense. There can be, that solves communications problems and so on. Okay, Scott.
Scott Brennan, Iowa. I just have a question. I agree with the substitute language, I think is fine. Why did we decide to entitle it virtual meetings when previously it was meetings in emergency conditions? And I'm just wondering what the rationale was for that.
I think it's more comprehensive than just, the previous language was specifically saying of conditions of public emergency that make it impractical for us to meet. This allows for additional options should we need to meet virtually at any point throughout the year, not just for a public emergency issue, but if RBC needs to meet to consider something, instead of everybody having to travel across the country to get there, we can quick hop on and do it as we've been doing online in an open meeting.
I wanted to make sure it wasn't sort of a policy decision. It sounds like it's broader. Thank you.
I think that we used to sometimes do that with an email ballot or something, but without any backup in the bylaws for that.
Carol, would you like to proceed? Excuse me, Mr. McDonald.
I guess I'm a little concerned about what the phrase circumstances necessitate mean. I tend to agree that the concept of public emergency may be too narrow because, as we've seen with COVID, we could have a circumstance where people are unwilling to call it a public emergency, but on the other hand, it's simply not practical. But circumstance necessitate, and particularly in light of the last comment about the standing committee, it's kind of leaving it open to, I don't feel like spending the money because it's a tight budget year, so I'm not going to have a meeting. We haven't provided any kind of guidance as to what it means for circumstances to necessitate. That's my first concern. And then second, I think with respect to standing committees, I don't think we need to put the language in at all because we've given them the authority to adopt their own rules of procedure that would potentially override Robert's. If they want to adopt a rule of procedure that says that they can meet virtually. I think they probably can under the language that was otherwise proposed, giving them their own rules for how they're going to operate. But with respect to the, and if Helen needs to school me again, that's fine. But with respect to the very first section, I'm happy to go broader than public emergency. I'm happy to, or I'm certainly willing to go with in consultation rather than requiring a vote because that's cumbersome. But circumstances necessitate alternatives seems really open to abuse someplace down the road.
It seems to me that the intent is to give pretty broad discretion to the chair to include things like, suppose half of all flights are being canceled around the country, but it's not a state of emergency. It's just a totally messed up system. I think that's what this is trying to address.
I know, I don't disagree with that. I just think we're not even saying it needs to be impractical to have the meeting or infeasible. We're just saying circumstances necessitate without any kind of guidance about that. And if, you know, the plane's not flying so that people can't get to the meeting, okay, fine. That's a pretty clear situation. It's impractical to have the meeting. I don't feel like spending the money on a meeting today is a different issue altogether in a campaign-driven scenario and kind of impacts governance because we all know that we're not expressing I guess maybe what I want to say is we're not expressing a preference for in-person meetings here necessarily to the degree that I think we should, because I think in-person meetings should be the standard unless we have a really good reason to not do it, as opposed to we just don't feel like doing it. Now, in a committee, you know, some of the stuff we do is pretty dry, okay, fine, but for the full DNC, I worry if we are not a little bit narrower.
So do you have alternative language?
I guess I would say circumstances make it impractical or infeasible to conduct an in-person meeting rather than just simply circumstances necessitate. I change the word necessitate to circumstances make it impractical or impossible to, let me rephrase it. I guess I would even say unreasonable. Circumstances make it unreasonable to conduct an in-person meeting. The chair may, in consultation with so on and so forth.
So that raises the bar a bit.
Yeah.
To demonstrate that it's unreasonable to conduct a meeting. You know, frankly, to go back to your initial example, you could say, well, it's unreasonable to spend that much money, but it just requires some demonstration.
Yeah, yeah.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chair? So, Mr. McDonald, first of all, are you suggesting that the DNC members don't want to come to their meetings?
Am I suggesting what, Madam Chair?
Never mind. That the DNC members don't want to come to meetings? No.
No. What I am
didn't.
suggesting is that there, in the great course of human history, will at some point be a chair who would prefer not to have the DNC members come to a meeting and raise their objections in person. That's what I'm concerned about. I'm not concerned about whether DNC members want to come. And I'm not saying any chair that we have has had that experience, but I've been in enough organizations to know it can occur.
I think I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I think my real concern about, you know, real hard and fast language is because we have had these 2 years of unprecedented things that have happened to this country. Now we're facing, you know, monkeypox, everything. So I would just urge or encourage us to not feel like, we have to be so rigid that we won't allow room for the chair.
And that's why I softened it to unreasonable as opposed to impractical or impossible. So.
And so I think unreasonable, it really just says there has to be a good reason.
With the
I have to say
definition
that
of.
I concur with David that that we just don't want to make it, and I discussed this, of course, with some of the staff last night. I don't think we want to make it too easy to just say, we're not going to have this meeting. The DNC is broke, we're not going to have this meeting, or we're going to have an unpleasant discussion at this meeting and we don't want to do it in person. I don't think we want, I concur with David that we need to make it not so easy for the chair to.
Mr. Chair, I'm fine with the amendment, but I just want to flag that unreasonable is in the eye of the beholder, and so I don't know that it
And I think that's intentional.
It's not necessarily putting up any more or less safeguards than the original language, and there's no way to clearly, specifically define every single I remember after 9/11, we had to. Who would have ever thought we had to cancel a DNC meeting? That's not something we could have ever envisioned as something. So I don't know that it's possible to list every kind of reasonable circumstance. At some point, you just got to trust the chair.
I understand. It's. I guess what I want to say is, the law is filled with places where we say what a reasonable person would do. Negligence is defined in some circumstances where we understand that it's a little vague, but it's got to be rational and have a purpose and so on. So it is in that sense a well-defined term. It's not very strict. It's pretty loose. It can be argued, but it kind of says you got to have
But it rises above a whim.
Yeah.
So since the chair of the working group concurs, without objection, we'll modify this language as proposed.
And I want to say also that in section B, somebody, maybe David, said, do we really need that? Because we're allowing the standing committees to make their own operating rules. So do we need this section B about changing from an in-person meeting of a standing committee? But this does require the national chair to concur with the standing committee co-chairs before those meetings can be conducted remotely. So it is a little stricter, I think, than a standing committee would adopt in its own bylaws.
To the extent my consent is required, I'm fine with leaving section B in with the same change to reasonable, because I do think the last sentence saying that attendance at a meeting that's been authorized pursuant to the proceeding constitutes attendance for the automatic resignation requirement, so it probably is somewhat necessary. I'm fine.
Okay, so make the same, you're proposing the same amendment. B, Mr. Leon?
Yeah, I think necessitate means make something necessary. And frankly, I think that seems to be a higher standard than unreasonable, so I would stick with the original language, but at this point, I'm not going to argue.
Can we put them both in there?
Well, so you're arguing against changing the language in B.
Yeah, I like necessitate.
David, do you want to persist?
Well, if we're all in agreement that necessitate means it has to be absolutely necessary to do it, and therefore it has to be impossible or impractical to do it, to not have an in-person meeting, then I'm fine. But I think that's reversing everything we just discussed in putting reasonable in. We're taking away, it's a tighter standard, I guess, if that's the definition of necessitate we're going to adopt. My concern with the original language was we weren't really saying what necessitate means. But if we're now creating legislative history that necessitate means there better be no other real alternative to doing it, it's necessary to do this in person, then okay. But I don't think that's where we want it to end up. I apologize if my tone got a little sharp because it's late on a Friday afternoon and I did not mean it to be the way it probably came out. I apologize.
So I'm actually going to advocate for not changing the language in B, because I don't think having a standing committee meeting virtually needs to meet as high a standard. you know, it's more routine, it's not the last word on most things that they deal with and so on. And in the first one, I think it spells out more what we have in mind. So if that's okay, we'll leave it that way. So go back to the original language on B. Okay? All right. All right. So let's go ahead, Carol.
Okay. Amendment 30 just goes back to those organizations whose names need to be updated. The Amendment 31, just as you know, that the executive committee frequently, almost always, waives its required fourth meeting, and this just codifies that practice. Number 32 removes some unnecessary language that is redundant. Number 33 relates to the change we made to Article 10, which was proposed amendment number 16 on your sheet, and removes some redundant language that's already in the charter. And that is the end of our proposed amendments to the bylaws.
Adoption of the package of amendments has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? As amended. As amended during this discussion. Ms. Dowdell?
Joanne Dowdell, New Hampshire. Is this including the proposed amendment we just discussed, number 29? It's wrapped up in?
I say as amended.
As amended,
yes.
fully amended. Okay, thank you.
Is that including both A and B? Because at some point you said.
A not changed and B
is
changed and B not changed.
Okay, A is changed and B is not changed. All right.
A is changed to unreasonable.
Right. Okay, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. And I don't think there are any abstentions, so. All right, so thank you for, pardon me?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
So thank you for all that.
I wanted to say, though, that we have there is one more piece of business.
Yes, I'm about to introduce that.
Oh, okay.
All right. So, the final amendment, as Carol suggests, for discussion is from DNC member Jerry Shepard. Jerry is unable to join us today and asked that Howard Cho speak in her place. Jerry has submitted this amendment in a timely fashion as a proposed resolution for consideration at the March DNC meeting. Her resolution proposes that each DNC council should have a representative added to the DNC Executive Committee. The seat would be held by the council chair or their designee. Under the Resolutions Committee's Rules of Procedure, the proposal was referred to the Rules and Bylaws Committee because it proposed a change to the DNC bylaws, not just because they refer their difficult questions to the Rules and Bylaws Committee. The Rules and Bylaws Committee referred the resolution to the working group, because we do refer difficult questions to the working group, for review, and the working group took, quote, no position on the proposal, but referred it back to the Rules and Bylaws Committee for consideration and said so there. The language is available in your packet and on the screen. Howard, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Hi, can you all hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent, thank you so much. Yes, this actually was something that Jerry and I discussed creatively, and Jerry's got the great legal mind to put this together, so I let her run with it, but the idea that I came up with was to have, as we do in each of our caucuses, our DNC caucus is to allow one member, whether it be the chair or a designee from the chair, to be on the executive committee for the DNC. I strongly believe that our councils are very necessary. If you look at some of the reasons why so many people are excited and enthusiastic about the Democratic Party is because of the issues that we are big champions of. You know, whether it be climate crisis, whether it be labor, whether it be whatever it is, I think that we should, on every council, have some representation at the leadership level at the executive committee to you know, help push those type of things that, you know, we engage future Democrats, new Democrats, and existing Democrats, and to have a voice at the table. So I you know, to whereas what Jerry put out as the councils are very valuable, and they really highlight the basic value issues that Democrats hold true. And that because our connections are very grassrooted and oftentimes meet more than some of the caucuses, that I believe that our leadership should be represented by one of each in the council.
So, Howard, how many councils are there? How many representatives are we talking about here?
I don't exactly know how many councils we have. I guess that's one that I did not think about. I believe we have roughly around 7 or 8 councils.
We are at,
I believe it's 11.
10, Mr. I just checked, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
11.
Secretary Ray says it's
Okay.
11. So that would.
11,
10?
okay.
10, I'm sorry, 10, okay. So that would be 10 additional members of
Right,
the
10,
executive
okay.
committee, okay.
Yes.
And Jason, how many members are there of the executive committee without these 10?
69 members of the executive committee.
69?
Yes, sir.
Without these? Okay. All right. For purposes of discussion, is there a motion to adopt this proposal? Anyone like to make a motion? I don't hear a motion to adopt the proposal. Mr. Martin?
I don't think it's a time for this proposal. I really respect what Howard and Jerry are trying to do here, and I just wanted to, if I could, just make a similar statement to what I mentioned to some of you the other night. I do think it's incumbent upon the Democratic Party to really try to find ways to make sure that we're empowering the councils in our party, making sure that we're creating pathways for participation within the party, make sure that folks who are really brought into the Democratic Party around the country around issues and causes. As we know, younger people in general are not partisans. They're not here because of the party or our candidates, but they're motivated by a whole host of issues which have created such a powerful and strong movement throughout the country right now. And I don't think this is the right solution for a number of reasons, but I do believe that as we move forward, I hope that this committee and other committees engage in a wholesome or fulsome debate about how we continue to grow and encourage councils and empower them in our party.
Yes, please.
If I may, I'm just trying to understand though, if our councils, I think, are just as important as our caucus, and our caucus has a designee from each caucus, I mean, it just doesn't seem like it's very democratic to me. If we have our caucus, either the chair or designee, be able to appoint or be on the executive committee, I think it's only natural and fair and democratic to do that with our councils because we're basically subgroups of the DNC. That's my question. I would like someone to speak to me about why that. There definitely seems like a level of inequity there.
May I ask a
Mr.
question?
Applebaum?
I agree with the intent of the resolution, and I'd want to associate myself with Ken Martin's comments, which I think he expressed much better than I could. I'd also note that there is a different organizational structure between councils and caucuses, which is something we'd also have to deal with at some point, whereas councils consist of the general public in addition to DNC members, and that's an issue that would have to be addressed.
Okay.
But I believe that we also have to, I'm concerned about increasing the membership by such a large percentage at this point. But I agree with the idea that we have to find better ways to involve our councils in the work of the party as a whole.
Ms. Daughtry?
I just want to first ask a question. It's my understanding that councils, the chairs of the councils are not necessarily DNC members. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So agreeing with Mr. Martin and Mr. Applebaum, in terms of how we engage people more fully, I would be concerned because the executive committee has fiduciary responsibility for the Democratic National Committee, how we would include people who are not members of the Democratic National Committee in the execution of the executive committee's duties. I agree that we need to find a way to heighten their voices. I'm not sure that this is the way, given the explicit expressed duties of the executive committee to operate the affairs of the Democratic National Committee. And I don't know of any organization that has non-members on their, on essentially their board of directors to make the decisions about the disposition of resources, et cetera. So that would be my concern.
I wouldn't. Yeah, no, I think, and it may be, and you know what, we did not express it in the resolution, but it would mean to appoint a member, a DNC member too. So if the council chair is not a DNC member, then I'm not suggesting at all we're appointing someone who's not a member of the DNC there. And forgive us for not expressively containing that in the resolution. But it is our intent that we're definitely not a proponent of someone who's not a member to be part of that. We're saying assigned either themselves if they are a member or someone who is a member there. Which also brings me to another suggestion of, which we should be thinking about. Everyone's talking about supporting our councils. Why aren't council chairs maybe automatic members or members at large too? I think that's something that obviously it's a different topic, but I wanted to bring that up to the committee. And thank you again for listening and taking the time.
Ms. Swecker? No, okay. All right. We don't have a motion before us. Well, Carol?
I think nobody made a motion, but one thing I want to point out, because Howard said that they want their issues to come before the leadership of the DNC. I suspect that we have members of the executive committee who are also members of councils. And they should be empowered by their councils to speak up for the councils on the executive committee. And if a council does not have representation in its membership on the executive committee, they certainly should be helping those DNC members who are members of the council campaign in their regions to become members of the executive committee. It is possible for them to be represented without us enlarging the executive committee.
Mr. Chairman? I also think that we have a group of staff people that work with these councils each and every day, especially on issues that matter. So maybe at some point we should have them brief the appropriate councils on what they are doing and make sure that they're really plugged in. Because it's more robust certainly than when I started. And it's worth making sure that they are tied to these councils to continue to, get their involvement and make sure that their voices are heard, which is what I'm hearing.
Mr. Chairman,
Luis?
Madam Chair, I think that to the point of creating, there is a huge difference that I want this body and Howard to understand. The caucus is the DNC members that are elected from their states, from different representations, and they represent a constituency of the body. Caucuses are used to either exert power or to organize power, if it's the Western region or whatever, or the Midwest region, to organize priorities of the DNC. When I do think we got to figure out an equation to recognize council leaderships. We have a couple councils that are recognized in the charter and they become automatic members of the DNC. For example, the Ethnic Coordinating Council that has historically been a part. Some other councils are not represented, but figuring out like a membership opportunity there. But that, but I wouldn't even advocate that we allow every council to automatically gain a DNC spot. I mean, I think there is a lot of overlapping. There's a lot of priorities that we have to maintain. And then my biggest argument against just adding to the executive committee that is already at a level that is, I think, reduces its effectiveness. It reduces the degree of actually deliberating. It gets too big that really, it's a issue now. I think that we sometimes are not really debating some of the issues that need to be discussed in an open forum because it's so big and things are so rushed. And I do think that we have to look at the executive committee as a body that might be even too big for its own good. But I mean, that's my personal opinion in trying to get to actual deliberations of that body.
So I think, Howard, that you can see that there's a lot of consideration of how to involve new participants in the DNC and how to utilize the councils as a vehicle for that. I don't think there is yet a sentiment on automatic executive committee membership. So I realize it's disappointing, but I don't think we are going to get to a vote on this because we don't have a motion on this.
Understood. I mean, I think the main thing I'm hearing is that you're diluting the almost the importance of having it with expansion of such a large number, and I definitely see that point. But I forgot the person who spoke last. If you guys could also consider, and we will resubmit something of the nature, is that I do believe council chairs should at least be members of the DNC. Especially since they are voted within DNC conferences to become elected, and whatever other mechanics that we can use, because, you know, in my state of Colorado, a lot of people, you know, are unaffiliated, outnumber us by more than 500,000, by 600,000, and we outnumber Republicans by about 100,000+. And the way we're bringing them in back to the party is based on these issues at the councils. At our state, we call them initiatives, but they're equally important in our state. We don't differentiate caucuses from councils. They're all initiatives because for instance, we have an education initiative, we have a labor, we have seniors, we also have, you know, we have different issues, and then they're no different than the AAPI, they're no different than the South Asian, they're no different than the Latino initiative. They're no different than the African diaspora. So for us, we've seen that as a grassroots movement builder to have more leaders in the Democratic Party that otherwise would not like to affiliate because it's become such a almost like a stigma just to be part of a party. So, you know, we want to rally around these great initiatives and which are councils here in the DNC that we've been pushing for, because these are core values that we all agree on. We believe in climate science. We believe in, you know, labor. We believe in greater public education. So that's the point that we wanted to make, is that we need to have these kind of representations and leadership. And maybe this was the wrong mechanism to do so, but I would really encourage the committee to please open up your minds. I'm sorry. Most of your minds are very open. I apologize, but to just consider other options that we can find a way to do that, because I think that, that's one kind of momentum that we're really pushing forward. I think they assigned Raina to do some of this work. It's the first time they've kind of do this, and I'm like, I don't want to lose any of that energy that we got going on right now. So again, thank you for your time.
Thank you for the thought and effort that you've put into this, and I'm sure we will have further conversations about it.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So do we have a motion to adopt the bylaws? That's what we need, right? As proposed by the working group. So moved by Scott Brennan and seconded by Molly McGarrick. Okay. Any further discussion? Oh, and this is as amended by Mr. McDonald's amendment. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? It is passed and accepted. Turn it back to you, Mignon.
Well, we have come to the end of our agenda, but before we go, there's another chance for discussion and questions. Do you have any questions or discussion on anything you've heard today? Seeing no further questions, I want to thank each of you again, and I sincerely say that because you do come from near and far, and you commit to this every time there is a meeting, so thank you very much. I'd also like to thank the PAT staff and the whole DNC team, especially the Secretary's office and our IT department, the AV technicians, our interpreter, and our court reporter for making this happen today. And I also want to thank Helen McFadden. As you have seen, she is recuperating with the arm she writes with and has used that pen so effectively in keeping up with all of us. And so we thank you, Helen, very much. So this has completed our business today, and without objection, we stand adjourned.
Right.
Not bad, 4:39.
Yes.
Okay. To remind everybody about this evening, here is Veronica.
Hi, folks. Just a quick reminder, if you are interested, we have dinner at 6 back in the meal room that we've been having meals in.
Oh.
And then there'll be a continental breakfast at 8 if you want to grab, if you got a flight tomorrow, if you want to grab a bite before you go, we'll have some options in the meal room as well.
And the room is the...
Well, I didn't want to say it. Executive. I didn't want to say it because they're guests. Executive.
Okay.
But I don't know why.
You want to hold on to this, Jim, for the bonus
Okay,
stuff?
thanks.
Okay.
All right.
I'll just trash them all.
Yep.
Well,
Okay,
thank
there
you.
go.